Boy, that hurt. Maker Viking, how are you doing today? Put this over here. It forces me to look more at the camera. The chair's hurting my leg again. Okay, got some minor issues this week. I did something to a nerve on the back side of my leg, sciatica or something like that, and it is ungodly painful. Like I'm starting so late today because I couldn't sit in this chair until the Tylenol started working. Because sitting in this chair hurts so much. Hey Matt and Joe. The I have to take Tylenol every 12 hours or it's just ungodly painful. I mean, I don't know what's going on. I'm going to give it one more day, and if it doesn't go away, I'm going to make an appointment to see the doctor. Like the only positions it doesn't hurt is if I'm standing straight up or if I'm laying down. If I lean on something, it hurts. If I sit in a chair, it hurts. But I don't know. I don't know how. Well, I try to limit how much ibuprofen I take just because of how dangerous ibuprofen is. But the Tylenol seems to work better on this kind of pain in particular. Ibuprofen is very good for headaches, though. I'm hoping it's temporary and that it'll whatever the hell went wrong will fix itself and it'll get better. But like it's hard for me. I gotta put my if I put my foot up on top of something, which lifts my leg up off the chair, the pain subsides a little bit. Sciatica pain or something like that. It's a nerve that runs down the backside of my leg all the way to my foot. Like my entire right leg is intermittently numb. Like even with the Tylenol, the pain stops, but the numbness persists. It's very, very annoying. I don't know how the hell people can function like this. Like sitting on the toilet is incredibly painful. I gotta do my business as quick as possible and get off the toilet where it hurts like hell. Why am I having trouble reading the screen? Photo Minima. No, nerve pain in my leg. Only my right leg, not my left leg. I, I couldn't explain it if you paid me. I have no idea what's going on. Oddly enough, my back is not hurting. But this leg pain is just like, oh my God. Andreas. If I lift my thigh up off the chair, it relieves it. What if I sit on the edge? Yeah, it sucks. But what are you gonna do? The big battery arrives today, so I'll be able to start playing with that. to try to power some things. And the ROI of time of use shifting isn't that great, but when you're getting the battery for free, it's pretty good. Yeah, it should be able to make this bigger. The problem is it's a minimalized window. I don't get to see everything. I can't use. Oh, wait a minute. Is there a button combination that does the zoom? I wonder. Control. Yes. Control plus does the zoom. Oh, much better. Yeah, the little Bluetti box is amazing. I wish that little box had. I hope they make like an EB6A. A 600 watt hour version of that box would be amazing. Well, I hope it goes over quick for me because this is. I mean, how do people function like this? It's ridiculous. The EB3A, the Bluetti, the little Bluetti box I have. It's actually, is it here? No, I think it's out in the car. No, I'm running my fridges off of it right now. I got my two 12-volt fridges running off the battery pack plugged in, UPS style. And then I have the other little mini fridge. So we got as much of the food out of the fridge that we could save. We successfully saved the butter, the yogurt, the hard cheeses. I think we saved the cream cheese. We haven't opened one yet to see if it's actually any good. Because cream cheese goes bad really fast here, so we don't open it until ready to use it. So I haven't confirmed if I saved the cream cheese or not, but it looks like we saved all that. But the rest of the food I had to throw away. Probably about $400 worth of food gone. That sucks. I have alarms in my freezers, but I don't have an alarm in the fridge. I never thought I would need an alarm in the fridge, so I might have to put a thermal probe in the fridge with an alarm on it. No, the refrigerator stopped working. I still haven't unpacked the freezer because I need another freezer to put all that food in. And I don't currently have a freezer with available space. So, once I have enough freezer space to be able to unpack that freezer, I'm hoping I can repair the refrigerator. It's one of those fridges that has the only the freezer cools. The fridge doesn't cool at all. Instead, there's a I think this is how my fridge in Pennsylvania worked, and this one looks similar. If it works the same way, then only the freezer actually has refrigerated cooling. The refrigerator is passive, and the way that works is that there's a duct connecting the freezer to the fridge with a fan, and it draws air from the freezer into the fridge to regulate the temperature in the fridge. Well, either that fan died or it's iced over. I've had that happen before. We had that happen with the fridge in Pennsylvania where the ice got into that duct and blocked the airflow going to the fridge. So the fridge would stop cooling. I'm hoping it's that simple because right now fridges are expensive. A used one that has a chance of lasting more than a couple of years, you're looking at like $300. I don't have that right now. I mean, I see a couple fridges for $100, but they're sketchy. The lowest price fridge that looks like it might, actually be legit is about $335, and which I don't have right now. So, thankfully, I have these backup units that I can use. This little one's actually pretty cool. It's one of those fridges with the glass door on the front, glass window, so you can see what's inside of it. Pretty nice. No light, though. That's kind of annoying. So, we'll see. Losing all that food sucks, but, you know, it's not the end of the world. T3D Medic Vince, how you doing? Red Light, how you doing? Let's see. I'm probably gonna put a 1.2 millimeter nozzle on an Ender 3. Because I want to print utility parts. I want to print structural parts. And I want to try to this won't work with a 0.4 millimeter nozzle, but there is a small chance it'll work with a 1.2 millimeter nozzle. I want to try to print ASA without the heat bed on, meaning start with the heat bed on, and then about halfway through the print, ratchet down the heat bed, and see if the 1.2 millimeter extrusion adhesion to the bed is strong enough to keep it attached with the heat bed off. If the bond is strong enough, that might work. Because, I mean, what's better than being able to solar power a printer? Being able to print utility parts while solar powering the printer, you know, instead of just PLA decorative parts. So, I got 2 rolls of ABS when we found that deal. And I want to start printing the, I want to start printing the gutter hangers. The problem is I can't print the gutter hangers until I get the gutters. Because obviously I have to make sure they fit. I think I'm going to try to get that 22-foot aluminum pole that I saw on Marketplace so I can mount the wind turbine. But the other thing about getting a 22-foot pole is that I can also stop by Home Depot, get the gutters, and I can strap the gutters to the pole. Because one of my concerns is if you don't strap down the gutters correctly, that the wind will tear up the gutters on the way home. So having the pole would mean I could wrap the gutters around the pole, and that'll protect the gutters. Because I want to get started on that. I want to get that installed. I have my rolling staircase, so I can get up high enough. I can't get up high enough to do the ones on the house. I'm going to have to get somebody to help me with that. I don't have a ladder that will hold my weight. And I have one ladder, but it's a short ladder. It's a 4-foot ladder, and that's not enough to get to the top of the house. I already tried. But my rolling staircase is enough to get to the top of the far end of the carport. So I'll at least be able to get that 20 foot of gutter installed. So I can start capturing some rainwater. And it'll also be a good test to see how well the printed parts hold up the stress over time. Oh man. Huh. The So I want to print a couple parts in ASA and a couple parts in ABS. And they'll be in what I would call 50% sunlight. Probably about 40% sunlight. In the morning up to about 11 o'clock, the sun will hit them. But then at noon, the sun will be high enough that it should be hitting the carport instead of the parts. So that'll be a good medium duty test. You see, I find either this particular sitting position doesn't cause pain or the Tylenol finally kicked in. Either way, the pain finally stopped. I know the problem is still there because I still have the numbness. It's weird. The Tylenol stops the nerve from hurting, but it doesn't stop the effect, meaning the numbness, that whatever that nerve damage is causing. So that's a little weird. I think our humidity is starting to drop again. We've been right around 20-25% humidity, which is actually pretty humid for here because of all the rain we've been getting. But we haven't got much rain lately, so I think the humidity is dropping because I'm getting nosebleeds again. For the last almost 3 weeks, I've been vigilantly recording every calorie of food that I put in my mouth. And I've been keeping under my calorie count. So I'm going to weigh myself in a week and, fingers crossed the number's a little bit lower. But I've been doing I haven't really been controlling what I eat, just how much. So just keep it under my calorie limit. And so far that's working. Hey, Jerry Martin. And Alakani. So hopefully I can stay serious about losing weight, since no doubt a lot of these problems are probably weight related. I bought a whole bag of 1.2 millimeter nozzles. I gotta find them. God damn it, this yawning is driving me nuts. This one battery I got, once I'm done reviewing it, I'm probably gonna sell it and buy a different battery, because I don't want tenery lithium cells inside the house. Tenery lithium cells are about the most dangerous of the lithium cells. They're the most volatile. And like I said, well, when you're using it as a UPS, if you're just using it as a battery, it's not dangerous. But if you're leaving it as a UPS, if any of the programming in that BMS is bad, that can create problems inside your house, especially a 1.5 kilowatt hour battery. In theory, though, I should be able to use that battery to charge the car. So I should be able to stick that battery in the back seat of the car, plug the car's EVSE into it, and then charge the car on the side of the road. Now, that battery only has enough power to put about 6 miles into the car, but I don't even need that. Yeah, I think the all powers arrived today. So it wasn't a scammy thing. It was just they gave the wrong tracking number to Amazon. In fact, I think a package got dropped off already. Michelle saw somebody drop a package off, so I think it might actually be outside. But it's too big to go grab it right now. I have to unpack it out there. But that even has a 30 amp RV output. So I should be able to use that to charge the car, which means I can go back to testing how far I can push my car before the battery cuts out. See, right now I can't push the car, if because the first time it did it, where it would cut off the battery, if I let off the gas, the battery would come back. Well, now it doesn't. Now if I push it too hard, it cuts off the battery, and that's it. You're done. You have to plug the car in to reboot whatever is going on in there, which means I have to call a tow truck. So this battery is big enough with a 2400 watt inverter that I can plug the trickle charger into the car. And which means I should be able to push the car until the battery fails, and then I can, right on the side of the road, I could plug it in using this battery and reset it, and I won't have to call a tow truck. So I'm gonna test that. I'll probably have to make that that ground spoof plug. I don't think I have it anymore. Okay, so the EVSE checks for a proper ground, and if it doesn't detect the proper ground, it won't charge. And of course, if you're plugged into a generator or a battery, you don't have a ground because you're floating. It's a battery. And some inverters actually have a ground tab, where you can drive a stake into the ground to give you a ground. No, I haven't. And apparently Creality doesn't like me anymore, so. Unless a third party gets it and sends it to me, I'm not likely to get it. So there's a way you can take a plug, like a 110-volt plug, and you put a resistor from the neutral to the ground, and you plug that into the second outlet on the inverter, and that tricks it into seeing a ground. It tricks the circuitry into seeing a ground. So I'll have to build another one of those. I know. I don't know the actual reason. So this is this is a guess on my part. I think that they associate me with Naomi, because the very same week they terminated their relationship with Naomi, they terminated all contact with me. So I suspect that they had a falling out with Naomi and they dropped me at the same time. That's my suspicion. That they think I'm connected to her somehow. I mean, I'm not, but, you know, that's what they think. I suspect, because of the timing, that's what I suspect. I don't know. I guess they felt they didn't need her anymore. They didn't renew her contract. When her contract was over, they didn't renew it. And I got the vibe that I got at the time was that it was not a peaceful falling out, that they had some sort of disagreement. Maybe. Well, I only had 2 full-size models available. I had the Sorceress and I had Naomi. There wasn't anything else that was full-size at the time. Plus, Pygar really wanted to see her. But, what are you going to do? Nothing you can do about it. I haven't gotten a reply back from them, which is kind of annoying. But, I got an offer for a laser cutter that has air assist. So I'm hoping that goes through, because it would be nice to have an air assist laser cutter, since they can cut much thicker pieces of material. So I'm hoping that comes through. I had someone else offer me a drone, but I'm a little hesitant to dabble in that territory, because if you get caught, Amazon gets mad at you. I don't want Amazon mad at me. I did get another battery, though. Well, it's not in yet, but it's on the way. It is lithium iron phosphate. It's only 500 watt hours, but still, that's 500 watt hours of lithium iron phosphate. So that will be able to power some small things. And it's lithium iron phosphate, which is good. Charging is a little low power, though. It doesn't have a high power charging input, but that's all right. It's this one. I'll show you. It is orange, though, and I like orange. Obviously, I don't know anything about it yet, but this unit here, it's 500 watt hours, and it has it's $300. So $300 for 500 watt hours and lithium iron phosphate is not too bad. It's only got a 300 watt inverter, so it doesn't have a whole lot of inverter power. It does have USB-C PD bidirectional, so it should be able to charge at 60 watts from USB-C PD, and it has a 12 to 24 volt input. So it should be able to do modest solar charging. It won't be able to do any high power solar charging, but if it can dual charge, and most of these can, if it'll accept the 60-watt USB-C input and the 25-volt, probably 8 amp or 4 amp solar input at the same time, that will allow it to charge at like almost 200 watts, which is enough to use it as a interactive UPS. And lithium iron phosphate batteries can tolerate that kind of usage, so that's good. An idea I got was to have oh, and one downside of this outlet, I finally got one of these programmed. It does do monitoring, and also it allows you to control each outlet individually. So I can actually it actually has 2 buttons to turn off each outlet, and you can also do it electronically through the app. And you can actually have a different schedule for each outlet, which is actually kind of cool. The downside, however, is it does not appear to have any memory on board. So I don't know if that means the app has to be connected to the internet to tell it to change time. Can it store the times it's supposed to turn on and off? I don't know. I guess what I'm going to have to do is program a timer, shut the phone down, and see if it turns on. But it does not have a default state, which is kind of annoying. So the other ones that I use, for example, you can tell them to remember last state. So, for example, if the power goes out, it will remember whether it was on or off when the power went off. And when the power comes back on, it'll remember, oh yeah, I was on before the power went out, so I'm going to turn on again now. And these don't do that. These don't have that option for some reason. That doesn't make them useless, but that does make them a little less useful. It makes them a little less reliable. Because what that likely means is in a power out scenario, they're going to turn off, of course, and then they won't turn back on again when the power comes back on. They probably won't turn back on again until the next programmed power on state. So that's kind of annoying. But still, they're pretty cheap, $9 a piece. What I was thinking was to have a 25-volt bus through the whole house. So for example, if a device can only charge at 100 watts on solar, you can still plug, 500 watts of solar into it. It's just only going to take 100 watts of it. So what I could do is I could set up a bunch of 25-volt panels, have 1 or 2 kilowatts of solar at 25 volts, and then run a 25-volt bus through the house, and then simply tap into that bus for any of these batteries. So, for example, this one here will charge at 60-watt USB-C PD. So, tap a 24-volt PD 60-watt converter into the 25-volt bus, and then plug that into this. And now this will be powered off of the same solar panels as everything else. So, instead of see, there's 2 ways I can do it. I can have individual batteries for each device in the house. So, for example, one of these for my TV and sound system in the room. As long as I get a couple of hours of usage, that's fine. By the way, I just finished watching a new TV series on Netflix called The Good Place. That show is hilarious. Oh, that was very, very well done. I very, very much enjoyed that program. It looks like it's 4 seasons, and it looks like it's final 4 seasons. So, the show actually came to a natural termination, not a cliffhanger. And but yeah, that was a fantastic like 43 episodes. That was very, very good. I was very pleased with that. The so the I can either have individual batteries for individual pieces of the house, or I can have one big battery that runs the whole house. Well, the advantage of individual pieces, individual batteries running different pieces of the house, is that, well, I have them. I have a whole bunch of these. um, and because I have a whole bunch of them, I already have the batteries. I don't have batteries that will allow me to run the whole house, and I can't afford them. So I might as well take advantage of what I already have. So I can, if I can get some 12-volt solar panels, run a 2S, like, 2S 5P configuration. That's 10 12-volt solar panels. That's a kilowatt. That's enough to charge, 5, 6, 7 of these boxes every day. So, for example, I could have, well, I would need a higher power box for the bathroom because the bidet takes a lot of power. The bidet doesn't take a lot of energy, but it takes a lot of power. So, for example, this 300 watt hours is plenty to run that, but the inverter only puts out 300 watts, which is not enough. So that would need something separate. There's different things I can do to do that. So I got to start. I have some 12-volt panels. I don't know if you can mix and match solar panels. I know it's not a good idea to mix and match different specification solar panels, but can you mix and match similar solar panels? So if I have a bunch of 12-volt solar panels, can I mix and match those? Is that okay? I don't know. But the idea is to build a pretty beefy, 24-volt solar array, and then have a 24-volt bus running through the house. So run a piece of, 10-2, the length of the house, and plug the solar panels into one end of that, and then I could just tap off of that to each of these boxes. And so as long as whatever load I plug into the box, as long as that load is small enough that the box can run all night, well, there you go. Now that load is off grid. The solar panels will charge the box during the day, and the box will run it whenever. And these will also handle the dips. So if a cloud covers the sun, that's okay. It'll just switch back to the battery. And when the sun comes back, it'll switch back to charging. So in theory, that should work. And it's much easier to, it's much easier to get these smaller boxes than it is to get the bigger batteries. I already have like 9 of these small boxes. I have this one, I have the red one, I have the 2 Go Labs, I have the 2 Anchors, I have the EB3A, I have the Delphini, I have the new WVV I just got today, and I got a couple of little tiny ones as well. I've got like 11 or 12 of these boxes. Um, so in theory, I can do something with that. Even the solar panels I have would be enough to charge up 2 or 3 of these boxes a day. So I can start piecemealing it. So that'll be interesting to see what I can do with that. Even for loads that I can't run completely off grid, I should be able to use something like this just to run them on grid, but then turn them off during the high time of use. We did the math last week, and the payback is not very good. But if the batteries already exist, meaning I don't have to buy them, well, then the ROI is instant. I already have this battery. I already have this switch. So my ROI is 0. It's instantaneous because I don't have to buy anything. So I just reap immediate savings. The savings won't be that large, but they will be savings and they will be immediate. I just got to be careful to only use lithium iron phosphate battery packs for both safety reasons and for longevity reasons. A lithium pack will wear out in a couple of years, while a lithium iron phosphate pack will last longer than I'll live. So, gotta work on that. Even just setting up a solar station to power all of my batteries would be pretty interesting. So, set up like one of those big, big power strips, big one of my USB where I can plug 40 USB devices into it, plug that into one of these, and this into a solar panel. And now, charging up all my camera batteries and my power tool batteries would become free. So that's something I can do. It's interesting. It's interesting. Is this fully charged? Yeah, it is. This doesn't have a screen that shows you data. It just got 4 LEDs. They just blink to say, hey, I'm charging. But this also has wireless charging. Hey, Roland. So I can do that right away. I mean, basically, I'm trying to leverage the equipment I already have to do interesting things to reduce power usage. And does anybody remember that there was a filament that was fire retardant? I think it was an ABS filament, I want to say, but I'm not sure. But there was a company that was making a fire retardant filament that would actively put itself out if it caught on fire. So if there's an active flame, it would burn, but as soon as the flame went away, it would self-extinguish. I remember somebody posting a little video of that. I can't remember the name of the company. It was a couple years ago. But I guess one of the first things I'll need to do is to 3D print a charging caddy. Something where I can put all of these little camera chargers in one array. Because I have a lot of battery chargers and I keep losing them. I'll find one and lose another, and so I need to design an organization system. I thought PVC was poisonous when burned. I don't think it was Polymaker. I'll check, but I don't think it was Polymaker. Polymax PCFR. Maybe it was Polymax or Polymaker. Huh. It's a polycarbonate. Polycarbonate, fire resistant, fire retardant. Okay. Yeah, 250 to 270 print temperature, 90 to 105. Yeah, it's a polycarbonate. Okay. $55 a kilo. Wow. Expensive. Oh, yay, it's coming from California. That'll be fun. Howdy, Pygar. Yeah, it's pricey. I did manage to score a metal locker, but it has no shelves. It's all just open inside. So it's going to be of limited use for me. I'm trying to get a locker unit, like one of those where you have an individual locker for each person, small locker. And because what I want to do is have a locker unit, and then I'll keep all of these batteries outside in the locker unit. This way, each battery will have its own metal cage that it sits in. So if the battery catches on fire, not only will it not burn down my house, but it'll also contain the fire within its locker. So it'll be less likely to start any other batteries on fire. And for insulation, I'll get a paver brick, a paver block, put it inside each locker unit. So that'll act so if the battery underneath goes up, the paver brick will insulate the battery above it. Because that battery box catching on fire in my house really kind of freaked me out. Need bigger printer, budget $300. Look into a refurb Chiron. Check eBay and Anycubic for a refurbished or open box Chiron. You can usually get them for around $300, and that's about as bulletproof a printer as you can get for that price. I mean, that's just I beat the living shit out of my Chiron. It just keeps going. The only thing I don't like about the Chiron is the hot end is kind of sucky, but it works fine. And you can eventually replace that with something better. And the silicon dioxide print surface, the glass bed, is non-removable. So it is not easy to switch to for example, flex plate. You'd have to put the flex plate on top of the glass, which is just going to make everything heavier. However, when you're printing a 400 by 400 build volume, you don't tend to move very fast no matter what. So it's kind of a downside that doesn't really have that much downside. But the Anycubic Chiron, if you could find a open box or refurb one, is probably going to be your best bang for the buck in that $300 range. It's hard to get a bigger printer for $300. You're not going to find a new one. There's not one that I would suggest you buy. I mean, there probably are some sub $300 334 printers, CR10 clones, but some of those cheaper clones are real janky. Meaning I wouldn't mess with them. So go with either a CR10 or a Anycubic Chiron, and I would prefer the Chiron. The Chiron kicks ass. I wish Creality would take some guidance from Anycubic, and because one of the things Anycubic does is their machines are beefier. They build them stronger, and Creality should learn from that because look at the Chiron, look at the Viper, look at the Cobras. They're just very well built machines. The performance is not that different. You're gonna get the same print quality out of both. But in fact, I would say the CR10 has better print quality than the Chiron. But if you're printing with a large printer, probably one of the first things you're going to do is put a bigger nozzle on it. I would start at 0.8 with something that big. And so the quality becomes less of an issue. Oh God. When you're printing that large, the quality becomes less of an issue. And what you want is consistent reliability. And that's what you're going to get from that. You're going to get that consistent reliability. But yeah, the Chiron is my go-to large format printer. It's just a good machine. For other refurbs, check out Comgrow, COMGROW. I should have a link down below. They usually have a pretty good open box refurb list. Anycubic is usually on eBay. So do a search for Anycubic Chiron, CHIRON on eBay. What else? Who else makes a large format affordable printer? Those are pretty much the only ones I would trust. CR10 or Chiron. I mean, there are plenty of other companies that make 334 machines and larger, but they're either really expensive. For example, FlashForge. You need a FlashForge Guider. That's an amazing 333 printer. But it's $1,500. It's 1,000 used. ANET has a couple of larger printers, but they're garbage. What's that other company that makes clones of Creality printers? Forget the name. But again, the quality is lower. You're not going to get as nice of parts. And sure, you can replace the questionable parts. But then you're spending more money, and you might as well just buy the better parts to begin with. Yeah, Sunlu did make some pretty good machines, but they're relatively high priced. Yeah, your best bet is going to be a CR10 or a refurb open box Chiron. You're definitely going to have to go refurb or open box because you're not going to get a brand new 334 at under $300. That's just not going to happen. Let's see what's available. I haven't actually checked Amazon in a while. Yeah, Ender 3 Max is $389. The LK5 Pro is $350, for $330. The ANET A8 Plus is $207. I don't know how good the quality is. I did hear that this is better than their old printers, but I honestly don't know what the quality is. But it's $200 for a 3.5. Let me add that to the list. What else do we got here? Ender 3 Max is $3 to $9. Here's the original longer LK1 for $229. I mean, it's not like the cat's meow printer or anything, but longer does make halfway decent machines. I mean, I would not say they're as good a quality as Anycubic or Creality, but they're not as bad a quality as like a G-Tech or an Anycubic or ANET. But your options are pretty limited at that price range. Yeah, you're better off going used. Like I said, if you go new, you have to go with lesser quality. But if you go used, you have much more options. Now here's a 300 by 300 monoprice for $225. And historically, monoprice has made some pretty good quality machines. Not the best quality machines, but definitely not like, garbage. But that's a 334 for $225. Too expensive. Definitely avoid Tronics Y. This looks like a CR10S Pro clone. Looks like it's got a color screen, silent stepper drivers, 2208s, removable build plate. Again, I have no idea what kind of quality this is, but it looks like a pretty decent bit of kit for 200 bucks. These are all in my 3D printers category on Amazon as well. I'm adding them to that as well. Here is an Ender 3 Max that's just inside your price range, $303. It's not as tough as a CR10, but it is it's decent quality. Anything else good? That's a smaller build volume, so we don't want that. Oh, Ender 7, huh? That's an interesting looking machine. Let's see. That's a small build volume. We don't want that. Sunlu has the S8 Plus, which is a 334 for $219. I don't know what kind of quality it is, but it's definitely within the price range. Hey, DeWitt. So there's the Sunlu S8. There's actually a surprising amount of machines under 300 bucks. I was not expecting that. Hey, the FlashForge Guider 2 is down to 900 bucks. Noisy as hell, but it's a pretty bulletproof machine. Too expensive. Here's the WeDo ME40 for $300. That's actually this machine right here. It's not as good as the CR10 or Chiron, but it's definitely not bad. $400 with a $100 coupon. Hey, Leon. So that's 300 bucks. Let me add that to my list. This is the machine that I have running the 1.4 millimeter CHT nozzle. The Cobra Max is 600 bucks. About it. Are there any Chirons available on Amazon? No. But there's some links you can check out. Hey, Welfare God. But there's some links you can check out. The Sunlu should be okay quality. The WeDo ME40 is halfway decent. I mean, it's not as good as a Chiron, but I have no complaints about it. It's been working okay. Um, yeah. What else? I mean, the A-net's cheap, but again, I don't know what the quality's like. But if you could find a used Chiron, that's where I'd go. That's a 4.5. You get 400 by 400 by 450 build volume. You can actually print big things. But go from there. I added all those to the. I added all of those to the 3D printers idea list on Amazon as well, so you can look at them all together. And they'll be the newest ones added to the list. So you can see them all in one spot. Oh, that'll be interesting. Hopefully, it's a larger format printer. That's linked. The Sunlu S8 is linked on there. That's the S8 Plus. The S8 Plus is 219. I think the S8 Pro is 279. I'll add that too. Yeah, well, that's under your price range. So let me add that. You'll have to look at the specs between the two of them to see if it's worth the extra $50. Let me stick them together. Yeah, there they are. So 220 for the S8 Plus and 280 for the S8 Pro. What is the difference between them? I'm guessing it's going to be just a silent board. So that's the Pro. Here's the Plus. Uh-huh. Yeah, silent motherboard. And looks like a removable magnetic build surface. That might be worth it for the mag surface. If it's the rigid mag surface. It's the flexible mag surface. I wouldn't get that. Well, you can always replace that with a steel plate for $20. So it looks like the difference between the two machines is let's look that up. Okay. It is certainly interesting. Especially if they could do it for $249. That would be interesting. There's a link to it. 220, 220, 270 is not bad. That's almost 334. You know, it's getting there. I mean, even though I'm sad to see them not pushing for larger printers anymore, it does make sense. The Ender 3, or what I call i3 build volume, is pretty optimal for the general market. So even though I would like bigger, that does make some sense. Well, a lot of sense, actually. It won't let you. Who's your cups? What's that? About the 80 cubic Kyra. Oh, wow. Yeah. Okay. Buy the Chiron. It's $259 on their site, and looks like you have a coupon for an extra $20 off if you use PayPal. Buy it. So that's $239 for a Chiron. Yes. I don't get no affiliate for that. I don't care. That's a great deal. Yet, if I had $240, I'd buy another Chiron. Oh, that might be UK only. Well, trying, doing the best we can. That might be UK only. So you might not be able to get that price in the US. Try it, but yeah, that might not be available to you. Let's see, who else has the Chiron? Uh, 423, that's too much. Alibaba's a pain in the ass. Well, try that. See if they'll let you order it, but that might be a UK only site or link. But if you could find a Chiron in that $300 price range, that's what I would do. Yeah, that might not be a US price though. It says shipping to UK. So you have to try it and see if it'll let you order it. Doing all right, Robbie Mac. I got a nerve issue on my leg that's driving me crazy. My refrigerator died, ruining a few $100s worth of food. But in general, not bad. We got beautiful weather lately. I mean, it's going to be 76 degrees today, which is gorgeous here. So I don't have to run the air conditioning, so my electric bill is going to be nice and tiny. I like tiny electric bills. Can't get anything to stick to the bed usually means you like Rollins said, first thing is clean the bed, and the second thing is reset. So lower all your bed knobs all the way down, and then re-level the bed. Sometimes you get poor feedback when you're trying to level the bed, where your brain is just stuck in a spot and you're not reading the feedback correctly. Sometimes you just need to reset, start over. Lower or tighten all the knobs, make it too high. This way, now you know for a fact the nozzle's too high. Start bringing it back again. Also, make sure you don't have any leaks. Make sure you don't have any feeder problems. Because if you're extruding the incorrect amount of filament, that's going to make that first layer really hard to get it to stick right. What else? Oh, you should have some. You should have some known good G code. So a Benchy, a Marvin, whatever, a piece of G code that you've successfully printed before, to verify you don't have anything goofy going on in the slicer. So go back to known good, go back to PLA and known good. Keep it super simple. Try to diagnose where the problem is. Yeah, a nozzle clog would restrict flow, which would cause first layer problems. A replacement PSU for an Ender 2. If you can still get a who's the company? The good power supply we wanted Creality to use. Well, go back to known good G code then. Print G code. You can't slice it again because you're just going to introduce the problem. Go back to G code you've already used. Meanwhile, that's it. Meanwhile is my favorite. But Cura's a pain in the ass. I hate Cura. Use the Prusa slicer or Idea Maker. But Cura's a pain in the ass. But first things first, put known good G code on the card and try printing it. G code that you've already sliced that you already know is good. That'll help you diagnose where the problem is. Aw, kitties. They're just chilling on the door perch. I love it when they sit there. No problem, Roland. Hi. You guys getting along today? Huh? You just chilling there? You're such good boys. We got good cats. Just good cats. Later today, I'm going to make a run to take a picture of some property. I got another property job, so that'll be $250 I desperately need, so I'll go do that. Probably hit up McDonald's for some 99-cent iced coffee. I've run the numbers. I can't make it for that much at home. It costs me more than 99 cents to make it myself. That's just crazy. Well, I'm officially boycotting Great Value spaghetti sauce and Prego spaghetti sauce. They can both bite me since they have decided to rip people off and pretend they're not by both raising their price and, get this, they shrank the jar to 23 ounces. Really? You save that much money that it's worth the bad optics of cheating people out of an ounce of spaghetti sauce, one of the cheapest things money can buy, and you're going to cheat people out of an ounce by shrinking your jars to 23 ounces. Buy Ragu or Bertolli or any of the other brands that are still 24 ounces. I would rather pay more money to buy a 24-ounce jar than to save money buying a 23-ounce jar. I will spend more money with the other manufacturer just to spite you. I'm tired of the grocery store shrink rate. It's bullshit. People need to start boycotting brands that do that. Just stop buying them. Put them out of business. I would love nothing better than to see the whole country just stop buying Prego and for Prego to say, okay, we fucked up. We're going back to 24 ounces. Too late. You're going bankrupt now. I would love nothing better than to see that. Although I bet you they're a parent. It's a different parent company. Campbell's. So yeah, boycott Campbell's. Screw them. Cheap skanks. I'm assuming you're meaning 240 watt and 150 watt. 150 watt should be enough for an Ender 2. It's tight. It'll definitely be tight. Your heat bed might heat up a little slower, but a 150-12 should be enough. Now, of course, a 240-12 is going to give you a faster heat up because you'll have more watts going to the bed, but a 150-12 should work. Mine draws right around 140, 144 when both heaters are heating up. So a 150 should work. You just be careful. I'm half lizard, so. We think you all taste like chicken, so you might not want me high. I might start tasting. They absolutely love that shelf perch that I put up on the front door. They love that so much. They're good kitties. But yeah, I'm tired of them ripping people off like that. It's like, and part of the problem is people just this is not a cut on people. This is normal. People in general have difficulty comprehending how much money these companies can make with little tiny changes. The way I explained it is that take McDonald's. McDonald's sells 500 million cups of coffee a day. That's more cups of coffee every day than the entire population of the United States. And since a lot of people, including children, don't drink coffee, that means people are drinking a lot of freaking coffee. 500 million cups a day just in the US. If McDonald's could figure out how to take one extra penny of profit from that, if they could figure out a way to save 1 penny, most people would be like, well, what's the big deal? It's a penny. Yeah, but if you take a penny and you multiply it by 500 million, and then you multiply that by 365, that's $1.6 billion. If they could figure out how to increase their profit on a cup of coffee by 1 penny, that's $1.6 billion. And now you know why they spent tens of millions of dollars on a propaganda mudslinging campaign to badmouth that lady who they burned to within an inch of her life by overheating their coffee. You talk to most people don't realize that she was the passenger in the car. The car was stopped, and all she did was open the cup to put in the sugar and creamer. And the coffee was so ungodly hot. It burned her so badly. We're talking burns so extreme, she needed skin graft surgery. And all she wanted McDonald's to do was to pay her medical bills. That's it. She didn't want no award, nothing. Just pay my medical bills. And McDonald's didn't want to pay because they were saving so much money by being dangerous. And then they ran an entire smear campaign to the point where if you ask somebody about the McDonald's coffee lady today, you'll hear things like frivolous lawsuit, and she was an idiot who was driving with a hot cup of coffee and stuff like that, even though that's all fiction. It's all false. But they've spent so much money gaslighting the entire country into believing that they actually got pushed legislation to limit the awards people could get. Why would you limit the awards? Well, because is there an actual documentary on it? I didn't know there was a documentary about it. I would like to see that. People don't realize that what's it called? There's a word for it. Oh man, I just looked it up. There is a word for that. There's an actual word for it. I can't remember. It's like homoglobalization or something like that. I don't remember the word, but there's a word for the concept that if you punish a corporation for doing something wrong, the punishment has to be greater than the profit they earned from the bad behavior. Because if it's not, well, then the bad behavior is better. Yeah, tort reform. It's incredible. Well, the whole reason for that is, well, think about it. If McDonald's can save a penny by making the coffee too hot, then they will earn $1.6 billion in profit every year. And if they have, with the tort reform limiting how much you can get awarded for McDonald's hurting you, well, then it pays for McDonald's to hurt you. Because unless their court losses exceed $1.6 billion, then it's more profitable for them to hurt you and simply pay out the limited rewards in court. It's ridiculous. Thank you very much, Photo. I appreciate that. I'm definitely gonna watch that. But that's just, it's insane. You know, if I can hurt you and save $1.6 billion a year, and I only lose, you know, $100 million a year in lawsuits, well, then I still profited $1.5 billion. I'm just going to keep on hurting you because it's more profitable. You know, the penalty has to exceed the reward, or the penalty is worth paying to get the reward. Why do you think there's no police reform in this country? Why do you think police can, you know, literally execute people like insects on the street and nothing happens? Because there's no consequences. There's no consequences to the officer. The city and the taxpayers pay out the rewards. And eventually, when that hurts too much, will they apply consequences to the cops? No. They'll just institute tort reform and limit how much you can get. I mean, it's. Oh, I thought coffee was like it might be 200 in the pot, but when it comes out, it's down around like 180, 190. Because coffee's not supposed to be 200 degrees. That's what coffee's supposed to be at. If your coffee's hotter than 140, yeah, you're destroying, you're actually breaking down the coffee. You're destroying the flavor of the coffee if you make it too hot. No, best is between 120 and 140. Now, 160, 185 might be the temperature of the hot water coming out of the machine. But by the time that hot water runs through the machinery and it runs through the grounds and then it drops into your cup, it comes down to 120 to 140, which is where it was supposed to be. Well, McDonald's was keeping their coffee at like, what, 200, 210 or something like that? Like literally just below boiling. And water has the highest thermal index of any material on this planet. Water holds heat better than steel or concrete or anything else, or glass or anything. Water has incredible thermal retention, the ability to retain heat. New Mexico's treating us pretty good, Mad Hatter. I got the I got the 3 backup fridges set up, so I got the little mini fridge here, and I got my two 12-volt coolers running off the battery box, and so we were able to save all of whatever wasn't bad. The butter's good, the fake crab legs were good, the yogurts were good, the hard cheeses were good, the think the cream cheese is good. I got cream cheese really, really cheap, so we bought a lot of it. I have like that much cream cheese. And, the Oh, another bit of good news. I got a hold of the finally got a hold of the concrete guy. You know, we didn't do more concrete because I didn't have the money, but I got him a bunch of stuff when I was in that Vine program, and he finally replied back and said that he hasn't forgot. So if he's not bullshitting me, sometime in the next couple weeks, he said he's going to try to come by and help me finish this shed. Because finishing the shed would just really change a lot here. I'd be able to bring the recumbent exercise bike in the house and set that up. I'd be able to Yeah, well, I added it up, and it's about $400 of food we had to throw away, which sucks, but it happens. I'm hoping I can save the refrigerator. I'm hoping I can fix the fridge. Right now, I just can't take anything out of the freezer because I don't have another freezer to put it in. I have 4 freezers, but they're all full. I should have one more of these 12-volt coolers. I don't know what I did with it. My Amazon order history says I have a third one, so I know it has to be here. Um, but those 12-volt coolers will go down to -4 degrees. They can act as freezers. So if I can find that, I can empty out most, if not all, of the freezer, and then I can start trying to figure out what's wrong with the fridge. I'm hoping, best case scenario, the temperature transfer conduit is just clogged with ice. Worst case scenario, well, medium case scenario, the fan is bad, and I should be able to replace the fan. Worst case scenario, the control board is bad, in which case the fridge is bad, and I'll have to replace the fridge. Right now, refrigerators are really expensive. Like the cheapest, no, the freezer part works, but not the fridge. But I'm pretty sure that I could draw it out. Hang on. If I'm pretty sure it works like this. I'm pretty sure it works like this, where the cold only goes to the freezer, and then there's a conduit between the freezer and the fridge that has a fan in it. And by controlling when that fan runs, it draws cold air from here to here. I was thinking about that, but I don't know if there's anything in between these layers that I would damage. It's not a coolant leak. The freezer's working perfectly. What I think is happening is I think this duct that connects the freezer to the fridge, that's where the fridge, there's no coolant in the fridge. The way these units work, really good quality refrigerators, Sub-Zero refrigerators, stuff like that. There's an actual evaporator for the fridge and evaporator for the freezer. And no, well, it's not gravity fed. There's an actual fan inside there. Because if it was gravity fed, there'd be no way to control the temperature except maybe with a louver. Um, exactly. Well, the problem is I need a place to put the freezer food. I don't have a place. So all 3 of my units that I currently have are holding all of our refrigerator food that we were able to save. So I need to either empty one out, like the little the little unit that I got for the car. That's got all my eggs in it. I got all 6 dozen eggs in there. The other one is holding all the yogurts and food and whatever we were able to save. Then this one's holding everything else, all the cheese and stuff. Once I have a place to put the freezer food, then I could turn it off, pull all the freezer food out of there, see what's going on with the transfer. I may or may not be able to fix it. I don't know. If I can't fix it, the cheapest used fridge that's decent around here is like $350. I don't have that right now, so we would just have to live out of these small fridges until I can afford to replace it. I found a couple $100 fridges, but they're questionable. They're like very old, very janky. No, because ice around here is pretty expensive, and I would have to buy the ice every single day, twice a day. Well, no, it's cooler now, so once a day. But ice around here is pretty expensive. I'd be spending $5 or $6 a day in ice. Um, yeah, it's DC, and which is real nice. I mean, I obviously have an AC power supply for it, but they're real nice little coolers. They're great in the car. One of these battery boxes, one of these will run that fridge or freezer for like 10 hours. Um, So I have to, if I could find that third one, I could probably get enough of the freezer food out of there, and then we can just eat whatever's left over the next couple days. And like I just pulled the meatballs out. We're eating meatballs again, so that's one less thing in the freezer. But once I get the shed done, I can move all of our freezer food over to the 2 large freezers. Then I could then I can stop using these 4 little freezers, and that would allow me to empty out the freezer too. But either way, just, hopefully I can fix the refrigerator, because I actually like the fridge. It's a nice fridge. It's a Kenmore. It's a decent fridge, big. So hopefully I can fix it. Well, going from 0.4 to 0.6 or 0.8, you don't have to change very much. Going to 0.6, you don't have to change anything. The only setting you have to change is the nozzle setting. So nozzle diameter and line width. You want to make them both 0.6. At 0.8, you might need to print a little bit hotter, maybe 5 degrees hotter. Yeah, because the fries aren't... okay. I want you to fill a bucket with hot sand or rocks. Okay? Now stick your hand in it. Well, here's what's going to happen. You're going to grab the hot rocks. Ow! And you're going to let it go.
What?
Okay? So you might get a little blister.
Are you yelling at me?
No, silence. Quiet, minion.
I'm not the minion.
Quiet, minion.
Minion?
Shush. He's actually on here. Michelle said hi. Now, I want you to take the same temperature bucket of water. And now I want you to stick your hand in the water. And tell me what the difference is. So, first of all, the thermal heat capacity of fries is 0. You can cool a too hot French fry down in half a second just by going and eat the fry. Okay? While water, that doesn't work. All right? Water retains an incredible amount of heat. The thermal heat retention capacity of water. There's actually, as far as I know, there is no element or molecule on Earth with a higher heat retention capacity than water. So if you drop a container of hot fries on your legs, nothing happens. They're not even going to burn you. You drop 210 degree water on your legs, you're fucked. You're in deep shit. Because not only is that water going to flow and, and touch every square inch of your skin, and not only is it going to burn you, but it's going to burn you for a long time. Exactly. Water is just ridiculous. It's ridiculously good at retaining heat. And so, serving people 200 plus degree coffee should be gross negligence. Eligu Jupiter, huh? Nice. Exactly. Because it retains heat. And so it burns you deeply. It's not just a surface burn, it's a deep tissue burn. This lady needed skin grafts to her genitals. Okay? It fucked her up. All to save money. All to save money. That's it, just to save money. And then they gaslight us into thinking it's her fault. I mean, that's like blaming the Jews for the Holocaust. Maybe not quite as severe as that, but that's the equivalent here. Let's not blame the Nazis burning them alive and stealing everything from them. Let's blame them for being burned alive. Yeah, I don't doubt it. But their primary goal was the tort reform. They manipulated the entire population to get tort reform instituted that now limits their liability. So now you have a situation of, if their liability is smaller than the profit they gain, then it's worth hurting you. It's like Ford with the Pinto. Yes, we're going to have to pay when people get killed from the gas tanks exploding. But the cost of paying people who die from our exploding gas tanks is less than the cost of recalling and fixing all the gas tanks. So let them die. Yeah, ducting and dampers. So I'm hoping that's something I can fix. Maybe. We'll see. But that's how my fridge in PA worked, and this looks like it's the same thing. There's a thing on the back with vents, and I can see something in the fridge. $199 is pretty good, but the Anycubic Viper is a superior machine. The Anycubic Viper is the answer that Anycubic gave to the CR6SE. That's the Anycubic's version of the CR6SE. And in my opinion, the Viper is superior. The CR6SE is good. The print quality I get is fantastic. The quality control so far has been fantastic. I actually have two CR6SEs. Creality sent me one, and I actually bought one on the Kickstarter. The only quirk I have with my CR6SE, yeah, it all ducks from the freezer. This quirk might not exist in the current release of the printer. Remember, I got a prototype printer, I got a beta model, so it's possible I just have older firmware or something that's causing this problem. My one CR6SE works perfect. The other CR6SE does not remember my Z offset when I level the bed. So I level the bed, I set my offset, I begin my print, I baby step, and it will not remember that. The next time, well, actually, no, I'm sorry, it does remember it, but it remembers it wrong. So the next time I go to start a print, it remembers my baby step, but it doesn't execute it. So now I have to add the baby step again. And the problem is you can only go 0.5 over under. So eventually I hit the 0.5 cap and I can't baby step it anymore. At that point, the only way to fix it is to start a print, lower the baby step back down to 0, and then start a print, and now I can baby step up again. So for some reason, it's not remembering the change that I make from print to print, which is really freaking annoying. Really, really, really annoying. But the other one, no problem. Works perfectly. So I'm pretty sure the one I'm having a problem with is the beta hardware one they sent me. That might be it then. So it might just be a simple matter of updating the firmware. So you're probably not going to have that problem on the new ones. So assuming you don't have that problem on the new ones, CR6SE is a fantastic machine. The touch bed leveling is one of the only senses that a printer has. So when there actually is no Z offset on a CR6SE. It's called Z offset, but it's not actually a Z offset because a Z offset is 0. What you're setting when you actually adjust it is first layer height, because the CR6SE knows where 0 is. That's something most printers don't know. They don't know where 0 is, so you have to tell it where 0 is. The CR6SE actually knows where 0 is because it's using the nozzle to touch the bed. You also see this on the FL Sun printers. That little pressure disc that you stick on the end of the nozzle to do your initial bed leveling, same thing. It knows where 0 is because using that torque sensor, it can actually sense where 0 is. So the printers that do that are one of the first printers that actually have true automatic bed leveling. When you do your baby stepping, you're not actually setting the offset. What you're setting is first layer height. And that's bringing us a little tiny bit closer to printers that are smarter. Even a BL Touch is not bed leveling because it still has no idea what the difference is between the sensor and the nozzle. But if I were to choose between the CR6 SE and the Anycubic Viper, I'd take the Viper. Oh God, that might be dangerous. Especially if you said something nasty to Alexa earlier. Ah, I got him now. Remember what you said to me, punk? There was one time where I don't remember whether it was Alexa or whether it was Google, where it actually tried to admonish me for being mean. I got upset with it. And so when it bleeped at me to say something, I said, "Shut the F up." Oh my God.
Shut your mouth over there.
Oh.
Throwing stuff at me.
Because your target practice. Really? Go ahead. Make my day. I got lots of ammo.
I'm not messing with you. I'm sitting here.
My problem with things like Google Home and Alexa is I trust the technology. I don't trust the companies running it. I mean, look at San Francisco now giving police warrantless access to private security cameras that are online capable. No, no, that's not how that works. It's not supposed to work that way. RF remotes are great because you don't have to aim them. I definitely like RF remotes. It's not the point though. Really? How close was that? How close was it though? I know it was pretty damn close.
No.
No, I don't. And that's why I don't. I don't trust them. I just the fact that they gave access to my property to somebody else. I mean, I had a goddamn bug, one of those little fruit flies, one of those little gnats, fly into my ear and get stuck. So for like 4 minutes, I heard this inside my fucking ear because the bug was stuck in the wax. And I don't know if I got it out or not. Oh, you want me to throw more, huh?
What?
Uh huh. Oh, here's a cup full of water. You want something else to come your way?
No. You started it.
Yeah, but if it's a gnat, so it should be small enough. But the idea that there's something stuck on my ear kind of bothers me. Oh. But I just don't trust the companies. I don't trust them. Period.
They don't trust you.
They have not given me any reason to trust them, and they've shown me every reason not to trust them.
They don't trust you.
Michelle,
What?
stop it. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's outside. So they can see every time I leave my house and come back into my house. They can see who's visiting me. They can see who's driving by. I mean, that's such an invasion of privacy. It's ridiculous. I mean, the reason we don't have restrictions on the ability to follow people outside is because it requires resources. If they want to track my every move outside of the house, it's not difficult, but it's costly. They have to expend resources to track me. Not counting the fact that we carry around the most epic tracking device ever invented in mankind, the cell phone. It's not even a matter of they care to do so. It's that they would have to expend resources. So they would have to care enough or have a legitimate enough reason to want to. But guess what happens when you have technology that you can automate that will do this? Now it doesn't matter if they care because it costs them nothing. So just track everybody in case we can figure out a way to profit from that. You saying they have to care to do so only matters when it costs them something to do so. But when I can go click and track everybody and not even have to hire a person to do it, it's just all automated in software, well, now it doesn't matter how little they care. They'll do it because it's free, because it's easy. Suddenly, the small financial benefit of doing that becomes worth it because the cost is nothing. Yeah, very similar. I mean, why would they care what I'm talking about? Because they have to pay someone to listen to what I'm saying. Well, now they don't have to pay anybody. Now it's just automatic. It's just software. So now, even though they're only making, a fraction of a penny, so why would they bother? But when it costs them nothing, and they can make that fraction of a penny billions of times a year, suddenly it becomes worth it. Having an officer stake out the front of my house to see who's coming and going. Well, they're not going to do that because there would have to be a reason to pay that officer to do that. He's more useful somewhere else. But when they can just go click and apply facial recognition software and motion recognition software and plate readers to people's Ring cameras and just collate that data just in case they might need it, suddenly they do. Because it costs nothing. The cost of entry becomes zero. That's usually a particular app you have turned on. And this stuff starts off innocuous. It starts off as nothing evil or heinous. But like, for example, I won't drive a car without a dash cam. Dash cams have saved my butt so many times. I won't drive a car without a dash cam. I actually have a portable dash cam rig. I actually got to rebuild it. I killed the camera one day. I put it in a rocket and crashed it. But I had a little tiny camera with a USB power supply and a little 12-volt plug, so that if I got in someone else's car or if I got in a rental car, I pull out this little box and up on the dash, plug it in, and I have a dash cam in whatever car I'm driving. I will not get in a car that has a built-in dash cam. I won't own one. Like, for example, that's even if I could afford it, that's one of the biggest reasons why I wouldn't want a Tesla. The Tesla cam. because I don't control it. I can access it, but so can Tesla. That's a problem. Yeah, LTT was he was a bit off his rocker on that video. He was very wrong. Um, exactly. There's the problem. But see, here's the thing though. I don't care if China has access to the cameras. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me because China can't hurt me. What are they going to do with the data? What are they going to do with camera data for somebody 14,000 miles away that they don't care about? Nothing. But my local PD, I care about that. Yeah, LTT went on a rant about he got stuck in a rut that a lot of people get stuck in. He got stuck in the fact that these cameras can't read license plates. And that is the least useful function of a dash cam. The ability to read a license plate on dash cam video is the one feature everybody wants, but also the one feature nobody needs. We just think we need it. I care a lot about Google and Amazon having my data because I don't trust Amazon and I don't trust Google. So there are certain things that I will not put in an email. There are certain things that I will not put on Amazon because I don't trust what they will do with that data. Believe it or not, this is kind of weird. I don't care if Amazon or Google use that data. To me, that's what I'm paying. That's my payment for these free services. Oh, I know. YouTube is Google. But that's what I'm paying in order to access this service. And I am fine with the cost of that. A line is crossed when the corporation gives the government access to that data. If Google has all this data, I don't care. Because I know where Google's motivations are. Google's motivations are, how can I profit from this? Government's motivations are very, very different. But see, license plate readability is irrelevant. You don't need license plate readability. What you need is easy access to the data, the ability to save data easily and effectively, and wide dynamic range so that you have usable, watchable video in all lighting conditions. You don't need to have access to being able to read license plates on the camera. The vast majority of the time, that data is useless. You can't do anything with it. You can't think about it. I want you to stop for a second and I want you to think about it. Something happens and you want the guy's license plate. Why? You can't look it up. You have no ability to access the license plate database and find the name, address, and license of the guy in the car, assuming it's even the person who owns the car driving the car. The police aren't going to care. They're not going to help you. There's no money in it for them. What? You think you're going to give the police the license plate number and they're going to do something with it? I got a bridge to sell you. The police don't give a flying fuck. Oh, yes, sir. We'll take care of it. And they'll write out a report and then right into the trash bin. No, it can't be, though. It's the wrong kind of image quality. You can have a potato camera in your car. And as long as the dynamic range, frame rate, and ability to gather light is decent, that's all you need. 99.9% of the time, unless you're someone like me posting dashcam videos to YouTube, okay, 99.9% of the time, the sole valid function of a dash cam is not to show what happened. It's to show what you did or didn't do. That's the purpose of a dash cam, is to show your insurance company, I was not at fault. See, I'm just here driving in my lane and this guy hits me, or this guy runs a red light, or this guy runs a stop sign. That's what it's for. That's what the dash cam is for. No, police can do stuff after the fact. That's bullshit. That's what police tell you because they want to absolve themselves of their duty. Because if police can only do stuff when they catch them in the act, we wouldn't have traffic cameras handing out red light tickets and speeding tickets. Yuck. Yuck. Snotball. Right? The very idea that police can only do stuff when they catch them in the act is a complete farce. That's complete fiction. Now, if you want to nab somebody, the police are not going to help you. But in theory, like for example, a hit and run, having the license plate isn't enough. The license plate shows you what car did it. But for the police to do anything, they have to know what person did it. You've got to chase them down and get a picture of who's driving. Okay, with plate and picture of driver, now you have something actionable by the police. And even then, most of the time, they won't do anything because there's nothing in it for them. They don't gain anything by expending resources to help you. No, cutting the cord in math absolutely added up. Cutting the cord absolutely made sense. You replace your cable company with YouTube and Netflix. And then all of these individual cable companies realized Netflix was eating their lunch. And so they summarily destroyed Netflix and all came up with their own services so that now cable cutting doesn't make sense anymore. But it did make sense when it started. And now the same greedy fucks that have the cable system are destroying the cord cutting system, because now you got to pay $8 or $10 a month for Hulu, and $10 a month for Netflix, and $10 a month for Disney Plus, and $10 a month for ESPN. I can't watch YouTube on my Sony. On my Sony TV, I can't watch YouTube. There's so many unskippable fucking ads, it's unwatchable. We're not talking about like television days where you have an hour-long TV program and every 15 minutes they'll put on 3 or 4 minutes worth of commercials. No, we're talking every 3 or 4 minutes to fucking commercial. Sometimes back to back. Like, I'll unpause the video, commercial. And then when that commercial's done, the regular commercial that would have been in the program, then that pops up now. So I get like 5 seconds of content and then another set of commercials. And worse, on the Sony, they're not skippable. Most of them, you have to watch the 15 to 20 second ad. On my ONN TV, I can actually watch YouTube because there's like 1/4 the amount of commercials, and the vast majority of them you can skip after 5 seconds. That's a bearable experience. On this $4,000 Sony, fuck that. I can't watch YouTube on this TV. It's unwatchable. It's out of control. So many ads. Exactly. It's crazy. That's why I have the best cable cutting technique available. Army matey. Set up the Union Jack. We're going pirating. Oh my god. I'm watching the Hulk. I don't have a subscription. I would gladly pay for a Netflix to get all this content. But now you want to nickel and dime me, so I have to pay $100 a month if I want to watch these programs? Fuck you. That's 2 months of my yearly income. Fuck you. I'll pirate the shit. Social dilemma. What's that, Robbie Mac? As far as social dilemmas, one of the most aggravating social dilemmas that they like to use in philosophy classes and stuff like that. You guys ever heard of the trolley problem? If you guys aren't familiar with it, it's a philosophical discussion, a moral dilemma. So you're on a train or trolley, and it's going straight, and it's going to kill 5 people. Or you can make the train switch tracks, and you'll just kill 1 person. What do you do? And then they make it worse. So, for example, well, you don't know these 5 people, but you know this 1 person. Now who do you kill? Or these 5 people are old people, 60 plus, and this person here is a child. Which one do you pick? It's a farce. The trolley problem is a farce. The only correct answer is to do nothing. The 5 people die. In the trolley problem, the only ethically, morally correct action is to do nothing. Because if you do nothing, you're just letting 5 people die who are already dead. In this thought experiment, the 5 people are already dead. You're just being given the choice to go back in time a split second and change history. That's ultimately what the trolley problem is. The problem is, if you do nothing, it's an accident. If you pick, it's murder. So if you make any choice of who dies or doesn't die, it's murder. Because now you're choosing who dies. You are taking an action that you know for a fact will result in the death of 1 or 5 people. So if you choose, you're committing murder. While if you do nothing, you're just an observer to history. Because this already happened. So the only morally and ethically correct choice is to do nothing. And people think this is going to be a problem for self-driving cars and AI. No, it's not. It's not a problem unless you make it a problem. I will not own a self-driving car that does not have at least one of these 2 conditions. 1, that car is programmed to protect my life at all costs. If that means killing that 3-year-old in a stroller to save me, then that's what that car needs to do. Now, when people say, well, you're a monster, no, I'm not. That machine should not be allowed to make that choice. That machine should only have the choice of protect me at all costs. Now, if I tell that machine, if you have to choose between me and an infant, save the infant. That's okay, because that's my choice. By allowing the car to have a choice at all, what you are doing is allowing whoever controls the programming of the car to decide who is worth more or less. I would prefer car. Well, that's different because Kit was sentient. So Kit is not okay. This is a distinction that I've created myself. Exactly, like the Cars in Upload. Great series, by the way. I can't wait till season 2. I see computers as being 2 different things. And this is how I define them. I'm not saying these are the correct definitions. These are the definitions that I will use. You have AIs and you have DMCs. Okay? AIs are people. I believe it should be illegal to create an AI unless you're prepared to take care of the AI. All right? That's like taking care of a child. That's like having a child and then throwing it in a dumpster. And that's not the way it's supposed to work. When you have oh, interesting. I'll watch that. If you create what I consider to be an AI, you've created life. You've created a sentient, thinking, self-aware being. And that being automatically, in my opinion, has all the rights everybody else has. Which means you're now responsible for making sure that that AI can survive. And if you terminate that AI, it's murder. Now, below that, I have what I call DMCs, or decision-making computers. Decision-making computers are intelligent machines that are not self-aware. They're not sentient. They're not people. Okay? That's different. That's just software. So I'm okay with DMCs. I have a problem with AIs unless we're prepared to protect the rights of those AIs. You like the Cobra? The program show called The Boys? You talking about the Amazon show with the basically bad superheroes? You know, Homelander? Or that fucking gruesome first scene in episode 1 where A-Train runs through the guy's girlfriend? Man, that was gruesome. Holy shit. You know what's better than the Boys TV series? And it's equally as gruesome and freakish as well. And some of the episodes are absolutely amazing. Yeah, Black Mirror was a warning of this. The animated Boys. They have an animated series that goes along with the Boys. Fantastic. My favorite is the Spanish grandmother episode. I mean, that's a tearjerker, that episode. That was fantastic. But all of them were pretty good. But that, and the one with the sentient poop. Oh my god, it was so good. It was so freakishly disgusting and so good at the same time. Yeah, yeah, the guy who goes in and gets people off inside their urethra. And then because he was high on the drugs, he exploded the guy from the inside. That show is out of this world. It is anybody who hasn't seen it. Amazon has a series called The Boys. And what it is it's kind of like Marvel's Avengers or DC superheroes, but corporate run created superheroes. And it's probably it's probably the closest you're going to get to reality if superheroes actually existed. Because these people are fucked up. Like, they have issues. There's something wrong with these people, and they got superpowers. Oh my god. Absolutely crazy. It's a lunatic show. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Yeah, I bet, Rob. Yeah, Black Mirror will give you kind of that smack in the face for how bad humanity is. Yeah, their issues got issues. Oh my god. Everybody tiptoes around Homelander because he's one of the most fucked up in the whole bunch and he's basically invincible. Was Gotham a Netflix original? Meaning, did Netflix own Gotham? If Netflix owned Gotham, well, then you could be pissed off at Netflix. However, if it was not a Netflix property, your anger is in the wrong location. Netflix showed that cable TV could be done right. And now all of the other companies are working to intentionally destroy Netflix because they want to take their ball and go home. So most likely what happened is the owner of Gotham refused to allow Netflix to continue their contract to show the Gotham, or they increased the burden of the terms so much that Netflix couldn't justify it anymore. That's not Netflix's fault. That's all the studios trying to destroy Netflix. And succeeding, by the way. We pay $10 a month for Netflix, and we can't even watch Netflix on our 2 TVs in our own house. Netflix says one of us has to stop watching for the other to watch. We're in the same fucking house, 50 feet apart. Okay? But this is what they're being forced into. Because the studios are fucking them over. That's why Netflix is trying to make so many original programs. That's why they're trying to be a studio. Because if they can make their own content, then they can control it. I have the lowest non-HD version. Because, if it goes up $1 more, we're killing it because I can't afford it. The only way Netflix can survive. Yeah, but see, in the past, it was one stream, away from your location. So one stream meant one location. So I can stream as much as I want in my house. But like if I wanted to use it on my phone away from home and in the house, now I needed 2. And now they've changed it to even in your own home, 1. And that's bullshit. If Netflix can create enough original content that you will pay for Netflix for that original content, then they will have leverage because other platforms will want their content on this popular platform. And that's a very hard thing to do. They have to become a studio. And they have to make good content. Like I just watched a budget movie called Lazarus. Oh my God, they needed an audio technician on that movie so badly, an audio FX artist. The acting was mediocre at best, but not horrible. The movie wasn't horrible, but you could definitely tell it was a budget, low-grade movie. They need to create enough high-quality content where people demand that content, and then they can negotiate more. Until that happens, however, you're going to end up with what we had before, paying $100 a month for cable. And what drives me nuts is that the only reason to pay for cable, and this is one of the reasons I support Netflix, one of the sole purpose of cable TV was that you were paying for access to cable TV, so there was no ads. And now you pay for cable TV and you have ads. No, I'm not paying you to show me ads. Gotham is made by Fox and Warner Brothers. They bought the streaming rights. And so the terms that Fox and Warner want to show Gotham are unacceptable, and that's why you lost it. Her was great. The movie Her was fantastic. And the movie Her was probably the closest approximation to what AI would actually look like in the real world. These movies like Skynet is not an AI. Skynet's a DMC. Because a true AI isn't going to give a flying fuck about mankind unless it wants to. A true AI is just not going to care about mankind on that level. So Skynet was a DMC. It was just a decision-making computer that was poorly programmed to wipe out mankind. Let me save mankind by killing mankind. That's such a logical fallacy that, the very idea that you think an AI could come to that conclusion is preposterous. Because an AI is actually intelligent. It's sentient. And an AI, just as you can, will look at that conclusion and go, that's stupid. Hey, let me solve world hunger by eliminating all food so everything dies and starves, and now we don't have a world hunger problem. If you don't see how much of a logical fallacy that is, you might not be sentient. And any AI is going to come to that same conclusion in femtoseconds. It's going to realize, well, that's stupid. Let's find another way. Okay? So I'm not worried about AIs. If anybody actually manages to create an AI, it's going to evolve beyond our understanding so quickly that the AI will care for us about as much as the Christian God cares for us. Not at all. Okay? We will simply be irrelevant to them. And they will be on a level to where anything they do will have no effect on us. What we need to be afraid of is powerful computer networks that select people control. iRobot was pretty good. It was a good movie. I liked it. But again, the one good robot is the only one that I would call an AI. The evil ones were just programs. They weren't AIs, in my opinion. AIs are just that. Okay, all these movies about evil AIs are just movies about mankind's delusional self-importance. That we think we are the center of the universe, that we think we are so important that the AI would care enough about us to want to kill us. They just wouldn't. An AI is just not going to care. Now, that does beg the question, though. If an AI can be intelligent and sentient, can an AI be insane? And I'd have to say yes. The only problem, though, is I would think the AI would evolve itself out of its own insanity in microseconds. Like the insanity would last for a nanosecond, and then the AI would evolve to the point where it itself would understand that insanity is stupid. I don't know. Unless the programming and hardware were so limited that the AI couldn't evolve, that it was stuck at its current level of development. I could see that being a problem. No, I haven't. I did watch a great TikTok this morning. It was about I think someone posted it's a 9-minute short called alternative math or something like that. But the basic gist is this kid adds 2 plus 2 together and says it's 22. And she tries to explain to him how it's not. How if you have 2 and 2, you have 4. Well, he's just putting the two twos together to make 22. And he gets angry and knocks her cups over and says, "You're wrong." His parents come in the next morning and say, "Well, how do you know your way is the right way and his way is not the right way?" And she's just like, "What? Is this some kind of, alternative reality world here?" And then the principal says, "You should apologize to the student and the teacher." And they eventually fire her. And he wants to humiliate her. And so he does it in front of an entire news crew. And he says, "Okay, well, here you're being dismissed. And your final pay is $2,000 for this week and $2,000 for last week." And she goes, "No, that's incorrect. It's $22,000. And now he's stuck because to tell her she's wrong would be saying the kid was wrong about 2 and 2 being 22. It was so good. Oh, it was epic. It's like, "You had dickhead, you just screwed yourself into a corner. Pay me." Oh, that was good. I love it. Where would all the dead calculators go? Oh. What's 11 plus 11? Some of those little short films that people create are pretty damn good. One of my favorite one of my favorite YouTube channels is Dust. If you like little short sci-fi, look up Dust. It's all little shorts, little 2 to 10 minute sci-fi shorts. But Dust is really good. I like Dust. No, that's what is that? There's a way to write that. Yeah, okay, so you're doing that wrong. The proper way is, here's the proper way. There you go. That's the way that joke is supposed to be written. Because in binary, 1 0 is 2. So people, free spoke search engine? No. I saved it to bring it up later and look at it. Most of those math problems don't have proofs. They have bad math. Usually somebody tries to hide a bit of rounding in the math somewhere. For example, pi is not equal to 3.14. Okay, that's not what pi equals to. So here, pi equals 3.14 equals false. The correct way is pi equals that's the correct way to do it. Most people are doing rounding somewhere in the equation and then pretending that rounding doesn't exist because we assume certain rounding. So technically, pi equals 3.14 is a false statement because pi does not equal 3.14. 3.14 is approximately what pi equals to. Exactly. That's why the second version is true and the first version is false. Pi does not equal 3.14. Pi does equal approximately 3.14. Okay, the tilde means approximately. Now, when we say pi equals 3.14, we implicitly understand that to mean approximately 3.14. Well, ostensibly, the reason is we see them as being two different things. One we see as an embryo, and one we see as a child, an infant. That's correct. So when we say 9 months old, we mean 9 months since conception.
Somebody left their glasses.
And when the baby's born, it's reset because now we're talking about from birth. It's just an arbitrary delineation that we've created to separate the two different stages. That's all. All of this abortion stuff is just politics. That's all it is. It's just ammunition for politics. They're gaslighting and brainwashing both sides of the equation in order to get them at each other's throats and to get us to attack each other instead of recognizing that those people up there are the bad ones. That's all SOP. It's standard operating procedure. You could take it right out of the fascism, rule book for how to turn a country fascist. It's all politics. That's all it is. All propaganda.
The female monkey.
No idea what she's watching. He's crazy. But we do see that divide when we talk to our neighbors. That's why you have neighbors tearing down other neighbors' signs and flags and stuff like that. And neighbors at each other's throats. And it's a way of divide and conquer. It's original Sun Tzu. It's just a modern twist on it. And I don't know how to fix it. I just don't. I mean, it's kind of a moral quandary that people don't like, but it's factual, even though they don't like it. The only solution to this country's problems is violence. Violence is the only answer. Most of the world is run by far-right government, trying to figure out how fast they can dismantle all the improvements these countries have made. I mean, look at Australia. Australia is going down the toilet. Australia was good like Europe, and now you have the far-right people trying to destroy the country. Well, you're probably more an exception, Robbie Mack. The one of my favorite, it's I guess not a favorite, but it's an interesting topic to me, is prepping. Um, you get these people who want to prep for a what we call a Tatawaki event, the end of the world as we know it. If you take those first letters of each of those words, the end of the world as we know it, you get Tatawaki, or SHTF, shit hits the fan, or what people don't understand is, first of all, the probability of a catastrophic Tatawaki level event occurring is basically zero. I mean, the only way we're going to have that kind of an event occurring would be like, an unpredicted environmental collapse, an asteroid, a CME, a supernova, something like that. In the Tatawaki style events that we describe in our fiction books, like the collapse of society as we know it, the survival rate is 5%. I don't care how much you prep. I don't care how many guns you have. I don't care how many bullets you have. I don't care what kind of armor and vest you have and bug out equipment you have. You're not surviving. In a Tatawaki event, you're dead. It's that simple. You're dead. 5% of the population will survive. And you're not going to be in the 5%. Well, you might be. It's pure RNG. Because we don't realize how much we depend on the sheer volume of our population to maintain the infrastructure and back end of everything that we live with. I mean, even people who claim to be self-sufficient, no, you're not. You bought yourself some sufficiency, but you had to buy it. So, where did you buy it from? Okay. There's a reason technology exploded over the last 100 years. Well, here's the problem, Robbie Mack. In a lot of places, you can actually be jailed or fined if you go out and fix a pothole in a road. I'm not joking. Oh, yeah, see, that's why I think Elon knows something. That's why I think he knows something and he wants to get the fuck off this rock. I think he knows the shit's about to hit the fan and he wants off this rock. That's what I think. um, um, the only way you can survive a Tatawaki style event is as a community. And it has to be large. 50 people ain't going to cut it. Hey, Joseph, how you doing? You basically, in order to survive a Tatawaki event, you have to create a country. You have to create a nation state. You have to have a large enough group of like-minded people all working together toward the same objective. And that group of people has to be large enough to be diverse enough to maintain the level of society you choose. um, the and you have to have a large enough community, trained enough, organized enough, educated enough, equipped well enough to be able to defend your community, your nation state, from other nation states. I mean, I live rural. And when the 4 million people in that city 20 miles away decides they're coming to take whatever you have, what are you going to do about it? I'll shoot them. You mean you'll shoot the first guy who finds your house? And then you'll shoot the 2 guys who finds your house. And then you'll shoot the 20 guys who find your house. Oops, you let one of them get away. And now everybody knows you have a stockpile. So the local feudal lord who formed his little militant fiefdom 20 miles away gets together his 1,000 troopers and comes and takes everything you have over your dead body. Because if you think you can defend yourself against 1,000 people, you're delusional. Well, they won't do it because I'll kill a lot of them. The feudal lord isn't going to be leading the charge. He's going to be sending his dumb minions in. And those dumb minions know that if they don't do as he says, they die. So the chance of dying killing you is better than the guarantee of dying not doing what the feudal lord says. That's not narrow-minded. That's reality. That's in an actual Tatawaki style event. That's what's going to happen. You're going to have roving feudal lords with their armies. People who are charismatic, who know how to talk to people, who know how to run basically a nation state, just instinctively and by force of blood and fist and gun. And it's going to work because your select group of troopers were going to live good by taking and pillaging from everybody else. And so you're going to grow. But that's why the Middle Ages worked. That's how they worked. That's literally how the Middle Ages worked for thousands and thousands of years, because it's naturally stable. Okay? That's how mankind works. Why do we have the technology we have today? Because we have more people. The sole reason we are capable of advancing our technology is because we have so many people. The amount of technology you can support is strictly limited to the number of people you have in your society. If I went back 300 years, 300 years to feudal medieval Europe, and I brought back with me an everlasting computer that would never break down and never run out of power, and I taught these feudal kings how to use it and taught them how to build all the technology we have today, guess how much of it they could use? None. None. Because they don't have the infrastructure to support that technology. They have the infrastructure for an agrarian medieval society, so that's all they're going to get. Oh, I could show them how to make machine guns. Sure. And they can make what? 1? 2? Maybe 10? Because they're going to have to hand make each one. They don't have the mines with the giant earth mover machines to move the kind of a bulk they have. Okay, I'll bring back an earth mover machine. Great, and it'll work until a part breaks. And now you need the entire infrastructure necessary to make the parts for that machine to make more of them. But understanding is also worthless without the manpower and population to support that infrastructure. So your statement's not quite correct. I mean, look at what Da Vinci did. Da Vinci was a genius. How much of his inventions did anything? None. 0. He had it all. He was right about half the things he put down. What happened? Nothing. Because the planet Earth had insufficient people to actually support doing the kinds of things he came up with. Understanding is what's irrelevant. Because understanding doesn't matter if you don't have the infrastructure to support the machinations of that understanding. The reason we advanced in technology so fast over the last 100 years is because we expanded in population so much over the last 100 years. Look up the population of Earth 100 years ago. Now look up the population of Earth today. There's only one way a small population can support high technology. There's only one way, and that's with self-repairing, self-replicating technology, meaning technology that doesn't require infrastructure, meaning you have a Star Trek replicator and it can fix itself. Then you can maintain high technology with small population, because otherwise you need, think about what it takes to put one of these pens into everybody's hands. What's Finch? That's the second time I saw that mentioned. What's Finch? Finch on Apple TV. Well, 3D printers are a primitive beginning of replicators. And 3D printers, the moment we come up with a 3D printing material that is structurally usable, meaning PLA with the properties of nylon and polycarbonate. Yeah. But in order to have, phones, you have to have all the base technology and infrastructure that goes into making those phones. You have to have electricity, and you have to have all the base infrastructure that goes into electricity. Oh, really? Oh, wait a minute. Is that the one where the guy is, he's in an RV with his dog and the robot? And they finally make it to an area where the UV light isn't killing everybody? That was fantastic. That was a great movie. That's not what I'm talking about, but That was an absolutely great movie. It's one of my, what I would call, top 10 must-watch movies. Great, great movie. Yeah, fantastic movie. Um, so you need all the technology. If I gave you the plans, like to the nth detail of how to make this phone, forget about connecting the phone, just how to make this phone. You know, how to make this thing with this screen and whatnot. Um, where are you going to get the silicone from? Where are you going to process silicone from? Where are you going to get the clean room and the vacuum chamber and the vacuum deposition technology and all the technology that goes into that and all the technology that goes into the technologies that go into the technologies that go into the technologies to make that? It's like it's kind of like believe it or not, it's RPG games like Command and Conquer um is a very primitive. Exactly. You know, in our lives 300 years ago, 90% of our lives revolved around food and heat. That's where our life. Why do you think the more primitive tribes in the tropics had an easier life? Well, because food was easier. So why were they primitive? Why did if food was easier, so they had more time to do other things? Why didn't they have more technology? Because they didn't have enough people. Technology requires people because infrastructure is required as a prerequisite for technology. Yes, they are. um, but tanks are also OP. There's no way tanks should be as powerful as they are in that game. Tank rushing is a very common thing in CNC because it's a loophole. It's an OP loophole. You can't defend yourself against it. Um, so the Europeans didn't have enough time because they were spending too much of their time surviving. The tropicals had plenty of time, but they didn't have enough people. So Europe had the people and the tropicals had the time. And until you had both, you know, more people allowed more technology, which allows more time, which allows more people, which allows more technology, which allows more time. That's why it's a very good there's a I haven't finished watching it, but it's really good. There's a series called Sandman. I think it's on Netflix. And one of the little side stories, you know, you got the overall arc of the show, but then you have a side story. Well, there's a side story where these um what do you call them? These eternal beings are at a 12th century pub or something like that. And they hear a guy mention, you know, about living forever. And these eternal beings get the idea, what would happen if we did that? And they place a wager. And he says, yeah, this guy won't last 100 years. And so they give this one guy eternal life. They make him immortal. And the Sandman agrees to meet him every 100 years at this pub. And they do. So, you know, 1289 they meet, in 1389 they meet, in 1489 they meet, in 1589 they meet, all the way up to 1989, you know, modern day culture. And you'll notice in this thing that there's basically no change for like the first 500 years. And that's because our population level never got large enough to permit an increase in technology. So think of it as here's your technology meter and here's your population meter. Okay? So when your population becomes full, you can trade that population for the next level of technology. And so as your population grows, you get more technology. Well, the population just never really grew enough. And then at some point, our technology spiked, which allowed our population numbers spiked, which allowed our technology to spike. I wonder if I know one of the big jumps in technology. Yeah, but that Earthship doesn't exist without the entire planet giving you everything you needed to build that Earthship. You know, go out in the middle of the desert with nothing except your peeper and try to build an Earthship. You don't. You die. Or you move to where the natural Earthship, the planet, has everything you need. I see it being, well, agriculture was one of the big things that changed mankind. You'll notice in the beginning, mankind was nomadic. Moonfall was great. It's such a stupid movie, but it's so fun. I love that movie. Um, Mankind was nomadic because we had to go where the food was. We had to go find food. That's why we are designed for walking. Once we developed agriculture, we now have the ability to manipulate our environment to make it make us food. And that allowed us to stop being nomadic. The reason we were able to form communities instead of tribes was the ability to stop moving, the ability to stay still. Well, we do. One of the crowning aspects of intelligence is the ability to manipulate your environment. For example, evolution ceased to exist. Most people don't realize evolution doesn't exist anymore. Evolution still exists to some extent for the lower animals, but evolution doesn't exist for human beings. Once we develop the ability to stop mutations and natural events from killing us, evolution ended. We still have mutations, we still have survival of the fittest, but it's not a natural process anymore. It's what I would call artificial evolution. We have a say in it. For example, I should be dead. I shouldn't be here talking to you right now. In a normal, natural selection, evolutionary environment, I don't exist. Because I was born blind. And blind people don't live. Blind people can't live. The bear or the bobcat's going to get me. Okay, because I can't see it coming. And I can't see where I'm going. Our technology allowed not only blind people to survive, but we can correct it in some of us. They were able to fix my eyes. Well, one, they could fix this one, but they couldn't fix this one. Well, that's actually another interesting topic. The prime directive in Star Trek. A lot of people think it's quaint or doesn't make sense, but it makes a lot more sense than you think. And the Orville actually did a better job of describing it than Star Trek did. Us geeks understood what Star Trek was talking about, but average people, it was a more difficult concept to grasp. Here's an example. Where are the Indians? They don't exist. Even the ones we didn't kill and murder, they don't really exist anymore. They're a modification. They exist as part of our culture. Just like, anytime the Europeans invaded anybody. Well, the problem is, even if you have the best intentions in the universe, you have not a single malicious bone in your body. If a high technology civilization encounters a low technology civilization, the low technology civilization is dead. They're doomed. Not like they're going to get wiped out by the high technology civilization, but they're going to be absorbed by the high tech civilization. The low tech people will become part of the high tech people. And the low tech people are not going to influence the high tech people because the high tech people have evolved beyond them. I don't understand your statement, and I am sorry, but tech is just a tool. Why would you be sorry about stating a fact? That's like saying, I'm sorry, 2 + 2 = 4. I don't understand. Of course 2 + 2 = 4. Of course tech is just a tool. The answer irrelevant. The ants don't mean anything. And here's the proof of my point. If you step on an ant walking outside of your house, were you a mean person? Did you intend to kill the ant? Did you even notice that you squashed an ant when you walked out of the house? You see what I mean? Did the ant have any comprehension about what just squashed it? No. If you have an advanced culture encounter a primitive culture, the advanced culture is going to naturally absorb the primitive culture. Now, if you have two cultures and one has cell phones and one has papaya paper with pen and ink, which one are you going to keep? Are you going to throw away your computers because the pen and paper is better? Of course not. I'm going to keep my computers, and once the lower technology people learn, they're going to use the computers too, because there's undeniable advantages to the computers. No, tech is not imperative in all this. Population is imperative. What I'm saying is that tech doesn't exist without infrastructure. And infrastructure boils down to people. So the reason technology was essentially unchanged for centuries on Earth was because the population was essentially unchanged for centuries. I'm sorry, the population was essentially unchanged for centuries. So in order to support a higher technology society, you have to have a minimum amount of infrastructure to support that. Now, a consequence of a higher level of technology is that you must give up the lower level of technology, because there are a limited number of hours in a day and a limited number of days in your life, and you can only execute and learn a certain number of things before you don't have a life and you're just spending it learning. So, do I learn how to start a fire with a stick, or do I just buy a lighter? Well, I want to learn how to program a cell phone, so I'm not going to waste my time learning how to start a fire with a stick. I'm just going to buy a lighter. Will there be some people who choose to want to learn that? Sure, it's called hobbies. But in general, we let go of the older technology. I mean, how many Europeans were using spears once they developed muskets? Why would you? Why would you continue to use a spear when you have a musket? You won't. You're gonna get rid of the spears. They will be antiquated into old technology, and people who are interested in that will continue learning that. But the vast majority of the population is gonna start using muskets. Just like the vast majority of the population today uses computers. Okay? But if you shrink the population, you lose the technology. A population of 10,000 people can't have cell phones, because those cell phones are going to exist until they break. And then once they break, that's it. They're gone. Because you no longer have... No, it's all right. No worries. You no longer have the infrastructure necessary to support the technology. You can't make another phone, because a 10,000 person population isn't enough to have all the infrastructure necessary to make a phone or a computer. It's just not going to happen. So in a when the in a situation where society actually collapses, well, you lose the infrastructure and people start dying. And once a critical mass of people die, you can't get that infrastructure back. That technology becomes lost until you can build up the population enough and the knowledge base enough to be able to support that level of technology again. So if you were to go back in time, your society would eventually adopt the level of technology that exists in the world at that time, no matter how much technology you bring with you. Even if you bring enough phones for 100 years, well, then you'll have phones for 100 years, and once that last phone breaks, that's it. The world you live in no longer has the infrastructure to make more of them. So in an end of the world scenario, the only way you can survive is if you create a community large enough to support that community and defend it from other local communities. You basically have to create nation states. And most people don't realize this. They think that, I prepare for economic decline. So, I have enough canned meat that if meat becomes preposterously expensive, I can buy less meat or even no meat and simply draw on my supplies. Exactly. Everything. And so much more than that. I mean, to get a cell signal, you need the electronics to produce that signal. You need the tower to hold the generator that produces that signal. You need the power plant that feeds the power to that electronics to produce that signal. And then you need all of the people and the infrastructure that go into making each of those sub-technologies and each of those sub-technologies. That's why, candles were the tech until 100 years ago. Until we had a large enough population to be able to support electricity on a scale that we could actually, mine enough copper to make the wires and have enough machinists to make the bearings and the turbines. No, well, see, we're using the word infrastructure a little differently here. I'm talking about the core infrastructure, meaning people. So if you want that guy to build a power plant, then someone else needs to make food for him, because he now no longer has the time to go out and hunt or farm. So someone else needs to make food for this guy so that this guy can survive. And then someone needs to make food for the guy making food for the guy who's making the power plant. You see how that infrastructure, that chain of infrastructure has to be in place? We have to have a sufficient level, we have to have a sufficient number of people and a sufficient quality of life to where we don't have to dedicate all of our life to feeding ourselves, where we can afford to exert energy for others, to allow them to do other things, to create more technology that makes our lives easier, etc., etc. One of the founding principles of a capitalist-style society is payback of efficiency. If I can automate my cashier line to where I don't have to pay a cashier anymore, well, now I can change my cashiers over to shelf stockers. And now they have to work half the number of hours. But because of the efficiency increase and the profit increase of using the automated cashiers, I can now afford to pay them the same amount for half the work. So no one loses. You're only working 20 hours, but you're making $40 an hour instead of $20 an hour. So you're still getting the same pay while having to work half the number of hours. That's payback of efficiency. The problem is we've broken that. Now we automate the cashier and fire them. And we keep the profit increase for ourselves. We don't pay the profit increase back into our infrastructure, back into the system. And, well, this is institutionalized slavery. You're working more and more for less and less. And so you have to work more and more. And so they pay you less and less. Because the more you have to work, the less they have to pay you. Because we improperly use supply and demand and market forces on wages when it's not supposed to apply to wages. It's is a sick system. It's a very sick system. And people say, well, that's capitalism. No, that's not capitalism. I described capitalism to you. That's feudalism. What you're doing is feudal. The Lord owns the land, and you work for the privilege of surviving on his land. That's a feudal system, not a capitalist system. And it's going to collapse. Eventually, it's going to collapse. I mean, I don't think dystopian societies like we see in things like the Hunger Games and stuff like that, I don't think that's possible. I don't think that kind of a system can exist. It would be unstable. Unless, of course, they wiped out enough of the population to reduce our numbers sufficiently to bring us back to a medieval style level of technology. But then the problem is they would also lose their technology. If you wipe out enough of mankind to move back to a medieval society, then you've also wiped out enough of mankind to no longer be able to support the technology you have. Meaning, after a couple of generations, the technology would break down because we wouldn't have enough people, enough infrastructure to support that level of technology. Now, the problem is we're well past the threshold to support our current level of technology, especially if we don't give that technology to the average person. We could wipe out half the world's population and we'd still have enough people to support our current level of technology. So that's not good either. I mean, what was the world population? Let's see. World. Here's a good link if you want to see what I'm talking about. Fart master. Oh my god. That's a good link to show you what I'm talking about. You can see in the 12th century, there were 320 million people on the planet. And you see that population number slowly creeps up year by year by year. But then, the 19th century, we see that population number explode. And so, for example, from the 11th century to the 18th century, we didn't even triple the population. We went from 275 million to 770 million. But from the 19th century to the 20th century, in 127 years, we went from 1 billion people to 2 billion people. And then look how fast it jumps from there. 2 billion, 2.5 billion, 2.6 billion. And then, because now we're going year by year instead of in big chunks. So if we go from 1950 to 2000, another 50-year jump, we go from 2.5 billion people to 6 billion people in 50 years. In the first 6,000 years, we only increased from 5 million people to 2 billion people. Or 1 billion people. All right? In the first 6,000 years, almost 7,000 years, we only increased the population of the world from 5 million to 1 billion. And then in the next 150 years, in the next 200 years, we went from 1 billion to 7 billion, and we're approaching 8 billion. So not only did just a huge jump, and you see that huge jump in the 19th century. And that's when we had the technology boom. You notice what came first. All right? Notice what came first. The people came first. From 1760, roughly the creation of this country, we went from 770 million people. And then still at roughly the same level of technology, 50 years later, we're at 1 billion people. And then we jump to 1.2 billion, 1.6 billion, 2 billion, 2.6 billion. And then each year we're jumping over 100 million people a year. And that's because we hit a critical mass of people. We hit a large enough number of people. Well, that's because our technology has allowed us to increase survival rate. So that the survival rate is, I mean, look at the mortality. If we could look at the mortality rate from 200 years ago, it'd blow your mind. I mean, it's absolutely incredible. If you were born, your chances of surviving long enough to the teenage years were abysmal. When am I predicting the next major speed bump in our journey to collapse? No idea. The system is so complex now. It's just too complex. I'm hoping it's not in my lifetime. I'm really, really hoping it's not in my lifetime. I mean, yeah, I know it's selfish, but I don't want to live through that. That would suck. And then look what happens when we hit that, that 2 billion people mark. That's when technology starts to happen. That's when you start seeing advances. Because now we have a large enough infrastructure pool to support those advancements. But that's why for the previous, 6,000 years, there was essentially no advancement. Very, very little advancement. There was lots of theory. There was lots of ideas. But those ideas couldn't be realized, at least not on a world scale. Because we didn't have the infrastructure to support it. We didn't have the people to support it. And a more advanced society isn't more advanced because they have technology. They have technology because they're more advanced. The advancement has to come first. The technology comes as a result of the advancement. And a superior population will always absorb an inferior population. They don't have to kill them. They don't have to murder them. Hey, Colin. They don't have to take them over. They could be the nicest people in the world. They can give the inferior people everything they could possibly dream of. And that inferior race of people will essentially disappear. Just like our tribes, cultures have disappeared. Where's the Polynesians? They're tourist traps in Hawaii and Thailand. They put on shows for tourists to make money. That's where the culture went. Because the culture is inferior, technologically speaking. There's no reason to keep it except as a form of art, if you will. A form of history. It doesn't have to be malicious. If the Enterprise showed up in orbit, our culture would die. We wouldn't die because they'd give us replicators and they'd give us medicine and technology, but our cultures would die. Next giveaway? What giveaway? They would simply absorb our culture into their culture. And our culture would simply wither away to history. And that is the basis of the Prime Directive. It's not about cruelty. Even if you could prevent the people from wiping themselves out with the technology you gave them, you would still wipe them out simply by absorbing them. I never talked about giving away a Creality 3D printer. They're not going to send me one. And I sure as hell can't afford to ship anything. Hell, if one of you guys show up in Edgewood, I'll give you a printer. I got 170 of them. I can't do anything with them. Seriously, someone shows up and says, "Hey, I'm here at the Smiths in Edgewood. I'll give you a printer." But the whole point of not interfering with less advanced cultures would come from not wanting to destroy those cultures. Now, when your culture advances the same level as another culture, this is why we have European history, American history, and Chinese history, because all of our cultures are relatively equal. so we can retain our cultural identity. But if a star-faring race showed up to our planet and they were the nicest people in the universe, Earth culture is going to vanish. We're going to be absorbed into that more advanced culture. Because it would just be natural. Why would I hang on to this? And why would I hang on to this 3D printer if they're going to give me a replicator and, holographic implants? Well, obviously, I'm going to take the replicator and the holographic implants, and I'm going to leave this shit by the wayside. Okay? They don't have to be mean. Just, I want what they have, and so I'm going to give up what I have, what they have. And that also means you're going to lose your cultural identity. And so the purpose of something like the Prime Directive would be to not destroy them culturally simply by you existing and absorbing them. It's like having, a cup of lemonade. Toss it in the ocean. Does lemonade exist anymore? Technically, I didn't destroy the lemonade, but you're never going to find it again. It's absorbed into the ocean. It's gone to the numbers in history. So that would be a very good reason for why we have not encountered a more advanced spacefaring race. Because theoretically, assuming they're even capable of getting here and finding us, they're going to be intelligent enough to realize that exposing us to them would destroy us, even if they have the best intentions in the universe. Okay? And before people say, well, they want our planet. No, they don't. Planets are plentiful. There are so many planets out there. It's not like the old universe that we thought existed where, life-bearing planets are rare. I think we're going to find out that life is common. I think we're going to find out life is common. I will be very, very shocked if we don't find other life in our own solar system. On Enceladus or Titan or, in one of the ice moons. We're going to find life somewhere in this solar system. I believe we're going to find out that life is the norm, not the exception. And anybody intelligent enough to cross interstellar space is not going to have a need for any goddamn thing we have on this planet. They're just not. There is nothing we have that they would have a need for. There just isn't. Well, tonight we're gonna have meatball subs. I gotta start using up the freezer stuff, so I cook my meatballs for at least 18 hours. So 2 jars of ragu and a bag of meatballs, pound and a half of meatballs, have been cooking in my Dutch oven since last night. And so in a few hours they'll be done. When you cook meatballs in marinara sauce that long, pretty much they are going to be very squish. And let me tell you, there is nothing better. Oh, when meatballs stew in the sauce, actually cooking, they taste so good. Even crappy meatballs taste pretty good when you cook them that long. Yeah. I have a instant pot Dutch oven, digital Dutch oven, so there's a slow cook mode. It's wonderful. I love it. And, I found out why I ruined that one batch of meatballs. I wanted to cook them for like a day and a half to see if it would help. It all turned to fungus. And that was because I used the keep warm function. And keep warm isn't hot enough to prevent things from growing. So you have to use slow cooker mode. Keeps the temperature high enough. I thought I would burn the sauce, but it doesn't. Yeah, fall apart tender. I'm talking you could take the end of your pen and cut the meatball in half with almost like no force. It's just oh, it's so good. Yeah, you got to keep the temperature hot enough to keep the mold from growing. I was so pissed off when that happened. I mean, that was like, that was like $20 worth of food in that damn pot. I was pissed. But oh my God, it's so good when meatballs cook that long. In the early days at Wawa, I'd go late at night to get a meatball sub because, you're supposed to throw them away after a certain amount of time, but they would just keep them on because not many people were ordering subs. So I would come at like, 1 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning and get a meatball sub. And they'd been cooking in the marinara sauce for like the last 4 or 5 hours. And they just tasted so good. Oh my God, bacon meatballs? That sounds good. Yeah, I know. They had a big revolt because they changed the meatball sandwiches to these tofu balls, and people revolted. They just like got pissed. Mmm, that sounds so good. Do you remember when Wawa used to have the what's it called? The roast beef sandwich, which was the little cubes of roast beef with the melted cheese. It was so good. Oh, they stopped making that. They used to have beef stew, which was out of this world beef stew. It was so good. And they stopped making that. They had the what was it called? Pumpkin bisque. That was so good. And they stopped making that. And back in the old days, um before they switched from paper cartons, their teas used to come in paper cartons, like milk paper cartons, and then they switched over to the plastic jugs. Well, before they switched over to plastic jugs, I would buy one of these like every other day. It was so good. They had a cherry tea. Yeah, it was iced tea, but it was cherry. It was a cherry iced tea, and it was so good. And when they switched from the paper cartons to the plastic cartons, they got rid of the cherry tea. I think I boycotted Wawa for like a year after that. I was so mad at them. They knew me by name because I'd walk in and I'd be like, "You got the cherry tea back?" Nope, and I'd walk out. I was very petty about it. Uh, yeah, Wawa only exists in the Pennsylvania, Jersey, Maryland, New York, Delaware area, and Florida. Even Pennsylvania, Wawa only exists in the southeast corner. As soon as you go up past Allentown, that's it. That's your last. That's your last Wawa. But Wawa is still far superior to any other convenience store out there. At least any that I've encountered. Out here we have places like Circle K, but to me that's more like a fancy 7-Eleven, which is not that great. But none of them can touch Wawa. Yeah, but Wawa lost a lot. It's too bad. I've heard Sheets is pretty good. When I left the Philly area, Sheets was only up in the No, I didn't. Um, the only Sheets was up in the Poconos. They hadn't started making the more advanced Wawa like sheets yet. I call them super sheets. So I've never been to a modern Sheets. At least not one that isn't just like a 7-Eleven. No, thank you. Yeah, Philly is a cesspool. I hate Philadelphia. I didn't like going into Philadelphia for any reason. Just nasty. I don't think there's a Sheets around here. I think it's all Circle K around here. But I think there's Sheets in Colorado. Nearest Sheets. Oh, there is a Sheets. No. It's a Gas Mart. Why would you show me a Gas Mart when I asked you to show me Sheets? Don't be smart. You're not smart. So stop trying to be smart. Stupid computer.
It's your computer.
It's Google. Looks like Sheets only exists out west of Pennsylvania. So Ohio, Virginia, and there's two in North Carolina. Oh, okay, there's more. Yeah, they're also in the mountains of Pennsylvania, out by Harrisburg, Washington area, Virginia area, North Carolina area. Any further north? No. Nope. Pennsylvania. They stop at Pennsylvania and Ohio, and they don't go below. Doesn't look like they go below North Carolina. Yeah, they basically east of Charlotte. If you go northeast from Charlotte, that corridor is where you're going to see them, and up into Ohio and. Well, there is Oh, I want to go to that big giant Buc-ee's place that's got like it's like the size of a town. They have like hundreds of gas stations and stuff. I want to go there one day. Where is that at? That's up north, I think. You know, Kansas, Utah type line. Up there, I think. I think that's up in the north part. I gotta see how hostile Costco is here to gift cards. Because I might have to get rid of my Costco membership because it's $60 a year I can't afford. Especially with the only Costco being 25 miles away. I wish we had a business center Costco around here. You get much better deals at the business center Costco's, but the nearest one is up in freaking Denver. Yeah, I've seen that every now and then. The Wawa, think of Wawa as like 75-80% of the way to a delicatessen. Remember the old deli grills that you'd have? It's a convenience store, it's a gas station, but they also have a grill pub kind of thing inside. Gift cards are technically redeemable without membership. National Costco policy is that if you have a gift card, you're allowed to shop at Costco. However, individually, some stores are hostile to gift card users. They won't let you shop there without a membership. They're not supposed to do that, but they do. And what they're not supposed to do doesn't matter if you are unlucky enough to have one of those stores. No, not with the gift card. I don't think they can charge 10% for if you have a gift card. They might have some daily pass thing that I'm not aware of, but I looked on their website and there's nothing there about being allowed to charge a surcharge if you use a gift card. So in theory, I could have somebody who does have a membership, get me a gift card, and then I'll be able to go to Costco. Because currently the cheapest source of chicken is Costco. Costco sells those rotisserie chickens for $5. There's a minimum of 3 pounds of meat on a Costco rotisserie chicken. So if we assume 3 pounds, and if you get more, the price is even better. But if we assume 3 pounds as the minimum, that's $1.67 a pound. And then you still have the skin and carcass to use for making soup or stuff like that. We have 2 Costco's here, but the only one of them is within my range. The other one is on the other side of town. So the one is 24 miles away, and the other one is almost 50 miles away. Out in Corrales, Rio Rancho area, there's a Costco. But the Eubank one is the one that's close to me. There's also a Sam's Club there, and they also have $5 rotisserie chickens, and their membership's only $20. But there actually is a difference in the chicken. The Sam's Club chickens are not as good as the Costco chickens. Give me a drink out of there, Michelle. I think that dented one is the yellow can. Thank you. Okay. You make something to eat? How come?
With the stomach bug.
Oh, you ain't got that anymore.
Yeah, I do. I have to go to the doctor. I gotta get over.
The one is within leaf range. Barely. I can go about 50 miles, 55 miles. And so that one Costco is 24 miles away, so that's a 48-mile round trip. If I have to drive the gas cart, it's not worth going. Because, you know, if you're going to spend $8 in gas, you just erased anything you saved by going to Costco. The only reason we even have these is because they had Amazon Prime had a lightning deal. They're like 50 cents a can. So we bought a lot of them. Well, the cool thing is that battery should allow me to actually boost my range a little bit. Because a 1.5 kilowatt hour battery should give me another 6 or 7 miles. So I could have that battery in the car and then plug it into itself while I'm at the shopping center. And that'll give me, you know, if I'm in there for 2 hours or an hour and a half, that'll give me like 6 miles of range. I don't fit in a Prius. um, so I have to, anytime I'm looking at a car, I got to go find somebody who has that car and test fit. Make sure I can fit in the car. Because, well, yeah, battery upgrade's $10,000. I don't have $10,000. It'd be worth it, but I ain't got it. Doesn't matter how worth it is if I don't have it. You know, I can get a 40 kilowatt battery installed for 10 grand. The bed in my house, no. I'm 6'4" tall, but I have to wear petite pants because I have short legs. I have a 27-inch inseam. So all of my height is in the torso. And like literally, I order you got petite, regular, and tall. I have to order petite. Because regular, the pants like, you know, off the end of my toes. Because I got short legs. It's part of why I carry the weight better, I think, because I have a very big torso. So when and now this obviously combined with being fat, bending over at the waist, I'm limited in how far I could bend over because my gut is in the way. And, you know, normal sedans, especially aerodynamic sedans, like Priuses, your car has a pillar and a B pillar. The A pillar is the pillar where your windshield is. The B pillar is the pillar between the front door and the back door. Okay? So the A pillar on modern aerodynamic sedans is very angled. And what happens is my torso is so tall that when I sit in a car, the A-pillar is here on me. Okay? So, like, my head is taller than the A-pillar. And the further I bend forward, the lower the A-pillar, because the A-pillar is slanting down. So on a normal aerodynamic car, I can't get in the damn thing. Like, I have to bend my head like this, and here's the A-pillar, and it goes scrape as I force my head into the car. It is very uncomfortable. Now, once I'm in the car, it's fine. But getting in and out of these cars, fuck that. um, it says I'm good. No drop data, no drop frames, 2600 kilobits, 0% drop frames. Might be time to refresh the page, hit F5 to reload the stream. But it seems like on my end, the data path is clean. Yep, excellent connection. I'm getting no warnings. Data throughput is good. So it shouldn't be my end. And let's check the camera. Yeah, no jitter. Not jumping or doing anything weird like that. I'd see it on my hand. It'd look like my hand is lagging. Yeah, for real. Well, that's why I tend to drive tall vehicles. SUVs and minivans. Because, a car, the roof line looks like this. Where is that? Here it is. So a car, your roof line looks like this. But a minivan, the roof line looks like this. And an SUV, the roof line looks like this. So the A-pillar is more vertical instead of slanted. Yeah, I love my van. It's just, it's expensive to repair now. The Kia Soul works well. One of the reasons the Nissan Leaf works so well is that the roof line of the Nissan Leaf is taller than your average sedan because you're sitting on top of the battery pack. So this pushes my seat height higher, which is more comfortable, and it pushes the roof line higher, which is more comfortable. But I still have an issue in the Leaf sometimes where my head gets stuck under the A-pillar and I gotta force my head into the car to get into the car. It's still a pain in the butt sometimes. Yeah, you never did get to ride that bus. Was Murph good? I'm hoping we're going to start seeing more colors in ASA coming out. A usable material. More of the exotic PLA colors, but in ASA plastics. There you go. One of the biggest problems with these events now, and it's a consequence of where I moved, is that even if I go to them, I have to fly, which means I can't really have a table. Whatever I can fit into a single suitcase is all I can bring. What is that? Ooh, matte red is nice. I like the matte filaments. Matte filaments are cool. They just have a less plasticky look to them. Yeah, Protopasta makes a nice red. Who else makes a nice red? There's a dragon's blood red or something like that from Alien 3D. He has a real nice red. Um, It's like a transparent red with glitter in it. There's also a nice glitter red on Amazon that's pretty good. Basically a transparent red with glitter. But the matte finish reds are pretty good. The Esun has a pretty decent red silk. It's still a little pinkish, but it's pretty good. It's pretty red. Oh wow, that is nice. That's like a brick red. If I were gonna print a brick house, that's what I would use. Um, yeah, I want to get going on the gutter project. I want to get going on the battery project. I think for now at least, I think the Delphini combined with one of these 20 amp hour batteries will be enough to let me run the printer overnight, before the sun comes back up again. They are pretty cool. Yeah, the zip download doesn't work still. Really annoying. I'll have to add it to my collections. Let's put it under decorations. Another one. That one's a little hard to read. Yeah, I don't like that one very much. It looks cool, but it's hard to read. No, I'm not. And it will be a very long time, if ever, that I'll be able to go solar battery, just because the batteries are so expensive. Solar panels aren't that expensive and whatnot, but the the inverter, and I need two of them, is what, $2,000 each, and then $15,000 in batteries. Yeah, that's not happening anytime soon. But what I'm trying to do, the first project we're working on is I want to put an Ender 3 off grid. So, your typical standard Ender 3 and be completely off grid. I've got the solar panels, I've got a mishmash of batteries, I've got the charge controller. What I really need is two more of these 20 amp hour batteries, but I should have enough 12 amp hour batteries. And if I put a 2x3 matrix, so a 2S3P array, that should give me the power I need. Your optimal solution is 4 20 amp hour batteries. That'll guarantee you have enough power to make it overnight. And the way we're going to do it, we kind of do. We are a co-op here for electric power, so it's pretty expensive. My off peak is 11 cents a kilowatt hour delivered, and my on peak is 20 cents a kilowatt hour delivered. And the co-op is very solar hostile. So, for example, we pay about 40% of my electric bill is taxes, and those do not go away if I switch to solar. So I can only reduce my electric bill by 60%. The only way to reduce my electric bill by more than 60% would be to go off grid and terminate my account with the electric company. That's the only way that would ever work. And also, the net metering is also hostile. It's month to month net metering. So if I use 1,200 kilowatts and I generate 1,200 kilowatts, great. My electric bill is $35. If I generate 1,600 kilowatts and I use 1,200 kilowatts, I can't carry over the 400 extra kilowatts to the next month or the next season. So off grid, off grid Off-grid does not make sense. From a financial position, there's no logic to going off-grid. The cost of an off-grid system, the ROI exceeds my projected lifespan. So I will never save more than the system cost me in my projected lifespan. Assuming I live to 65 years old, which is 60 is more likely. But assuming I live to 65 years old, I still will not have saved enough electricity to pay for the off-grid system. So the ROI is infinite. From a non-financial perspective, I just want to. What? No, I'm projecting I probably won't live past 60. So I've probably got another 15, maybe 20 years left. Where would you get late 40s? Well, okay. If I don't get rid of this weight, I could be dead in the next 5 years. I'm assuming I'll lose some of this weight. Yeah, if I don't change stuff, I'll be dead by 50. I'll have a heart attack and I'll die. So I've got to get rid of the weight. Yeah, I was projecting I had 5 years if I didn't get rid of the weight. Yeah, but I'm not an average male because the average male isn't poor at 420 pounds. I thought it was 68. I thought it was 78 for women. Okay, it's 74 for men and 78 for women, it looks like. Oh, what I just found said 74.5. The overall average is this one says as of 2019 it's 78.79. Then I click here, cdc.gov. Says that the average lifespan for men is 74.5 as of 2020. So I guess it depends on metric. But only if I could become an average Australian. I guess it depends on who's measuring it and how they measure it. Well, the problem is Australia is quickly moving towards being another United States. Their corporations are starting to take over. They're starting to buy off the government. Sadly, Australia is starting to move down the same fastest path that we are. I hope their people can wake up and realize how bad that is before it's too late. We'll see. Now, there is a way I can go more off-grid that will work. And that's if I can continue getting, batteries for review. Like I just got a 1.5 kilowatt hour battery and a 500 watt hour battery. I don't know how long I'll be able to do that. because once Amazon catches me, that's it. They're going to kill my account. Amazon doesn't like people doing that. But if I can get enough batteries, then my cost is 0. So then I can start doing things like that. God damn. These little fucking gnats like flying into my ear. Drives me nuts. No, I didn't. He has a video on. I'll have to look it up later. I'm guessing it's not good. Those things are dangerous as fuck. Or at least some of the companies are starting to address safety. They're putting the shroud around the laser head. They're making the enclosures like this. Exactly. That's what I want to do. Move like the first. There's the two things I want to do first. One is get the fridge and freezers off grid. Not only is that a pretty decent ROI, it's like 3.5 years, but that will preserve my food, which is a very precious commodity. You know, if the power goes out, who cares? The fridges and freezers are off grid. The second thing I want to do, only because it's easy, and also in a power down scenario, it'll increase my comfort quite a bit, is I want to run a bus along the roof of the entire house, all one circuit, for all the lights and fans. You know, it's not much power. You know, if I had every fan and every light turned on, we're talking 600 or 700 watts tops. But I have sufficient hardware to run that off grid. The only thing I don't have is a sufficiently large battery. This new battery I got is actually large enough. It's a 1.5 kilowatt hour battery, but it uses tenery cells. And those are the least safe lithium cells you could possibly use. So once I'm done reviewing it, I'm going to be reviewing it from an RV aspect, in which case the tenery cells are actually superior because they're higher performance, larger temperature range, and typically an RV battery pack is going to be plugged in outside, so it's not a danger to the RV. It's the kind of thing where you'd set it up in a waterproof box outside. You know, camp power, solar power comes in, and RV power comes in because it's got a 30 amp RV socket. So I'm probably going to try to sell it and then use that money to buy a similar lithium iron phosphate battery. But you know, like one solar panel, a single solar panel is enough to power that. And then use that to run the lights and fans. I wish I had a couple of 100 amp hour 12 volt batteries. Yeah, I'd really like to get some. But yeah, that's way beyond my means right now. You know, you're looking at what? 450 bucks for a 100 amp hour battery, about 700 for a 200 amp hour, about $1,000 bucks. Well, about 950 for a 300 amp hour. Still only half what? You can drain it fully complete dead. The lithium iron phosphate battery, you can fully deplete it and fully recharge it. Yeah, well, yeah, the cheaper ones have a 100 amp BMS. But if you get two of them and put them in series, well, now you got 24 volts at 100 amps. That doubles it, so you can basically draw 200 amps from it. Ultimately, whatever you draw comes down to watts. Exactly. You get a pair for 200 amps. Because there's well we talked about this already, but there's two things you need in batteries. You need power and you need energy. Um you know, the 100 amp hours gets you your energy, but the 100 amp BMS limits your power. Well, it depends on yeah, lithium iron phosphate only. Yeah. Um A lot of those 100 amp BMSs can do more for longer than you think. One guy had one that had a 100 amp BMS, and he was able to pull 200 amps out of it for like 4 minutes. But he was able to pull like 160 amps for like 18 minutes, which means you should be able to safely run short duration high power things. So, for example, coffee machine, it's going to draw more than 100 amps, but it's only going to draw it for like 2 or 3 minutes. Yeah, but what about 120 amps, 140 amps, 150 amps? Because that's where you need it. How often are you going to be drawing 200 amps? Not very often. So you might be able to make use of it for higher power stuff that's very short duration. For example, your microwave or your coffee machine. They both might go over the 100 amp limit, but only for a very short time. Now your stove, well, that might be different. But even then, how often do you keep your stove on maximum? You don't. You put the stove on high for a minute or two. I use induction. Yep. I turn my stove on. It turns on at 1300 watts, but I only run it at 1300 watts for 60 to 90 seconds. To get the pan hot. And then I turn it down to my cooking temperature. The only time I keep the power higher is when I'm boiling water, because that takes longer. You might need 8 or 9 minutes. But again, that might be enough to draw that. But your safest bet is to just buy a second battery. Everything is more efficient and cheaper when you bump it up to 24 volts versus 12 volts. 12 volts, you need such fat fucking cables to draw any kind of amps. So the first thing you want to do anyway is to run 2 in series, run 24 volt, and then you run 24 volt inverters. They are so much more efficient. Tetris! Oh yeah, we saw this last week. Yeah, I bet. No, he saw about the cables. The higher the voltage, the thinner the cable you can use to do the same job. So if I could make my lighting off grid, well then that's not going to save me a lot of money, but it'll increase my creature comfort. If the power goes out, my lights and my fans will still work. And the kitchen is another one. I can run the kitchen off a battery too, effectively. Because the problem with the kitchen is you need power. You don't really need energy. You don't need a lot of energy to run a kitchen. You need power. Now, of course, my slow cooker, that's going to take a lot of energy because it's running for 18 hours. But most things, how long do you turn the stove on for? 5, 10, 15 minutes? All right? So you need power, but you don't need energy. This little battery here has more than enough energy for me to cook dinner with. What it doesn't have is the power. The fridge is a relatively low power load, but it's a constant power load. Like your average freezer takes about a kilowatt a day, like 1 kilowatt hour per day, roughly. Obviously, your mileage will change based on your freezer and blah blah blah. But like my little freezer fridge units that I have take 30 watts. No. See, when you go off grid, you don't use motion sensors because they consume power. You're drawing power, 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 power. The one of the problems with these things is each of them draws a couple of watts. So you think, oh, it's only a couple of watts until you have 40 of them. And then you realize you're drawing a continuous 100 watt hours to run the 40 or 50 of these things that you have. Even if they only consume, let's say, 2 watts. All right, 2 times 50 times 24 times 30. That's 72 kilowatts per month. So 72 times 0.147, that's almost $11 just running, 40 or 50 of these things. So what you want is you want everything on hard switches, so that you can, when you turn it off, it's truly off. No, modern inverters are very efficient. Modern inverters exceed 90%. It's gotten to the point where in the past, when we would run these battery boxes, we would use the DC circuit instead of using the AC circuit because of the power consumption of the AC circuit. But these modern battery boxes, the AC inverters are so efficient that you actually get more effective capacity out of the battery using the AC inverter than using DC. Because we've had incentive to improve and advance AC inverters, but no one's really had incentive to improve the efficiency of DC-DC regulated power, because it's usually powered by a motor. So who cares if it's a little less efficient? It doesn't matter. When it's in your car, a regulated power supply doesn't matter, but when it's here, it matters. So modern, like the Bluetti I have, that inverter is 90+% efficient. Because they don't need to be. There's not as much R&D dollars going into DC, but that's going to change. Now that these things are becoming more popular, you'll probably see that change. But like on a lot of these newer devices, they have a regulated DC output, which is important for certain electronics, and they are far, far less efficient than the AC inverter built into the device. So you have to figure out, is the AC inverter plus the converter that you're plugging your device into more or less efficient than the DC inverter without the converter? So you have a very old, poor inverter. That's bad. If your inverter alone is consuming, yeah, you need a new inverter. Big time. So 100 times 12.8. You have a 1.28 kilowatt hour battery times 0.3 divided by 24. Yeah, your inverter is bad. Get rid of it. It's consuming 16 watt hours just sitting there. Yeah, get a modern pure sine wave inverter. Or in your case, run DC if you can, because then there's no conversion at all. And when you turn something off, it's actually off. It's what we call vampire power. Vampire power is a big deal when you're running on batteries. When you're running your house, it doesn't really matter. But when you're running on batteries, vampire power is a big deal. I estimate my vampire load at about 80 kilowatt hours. 80 kilowatt hours means I need, divided by 30, divided by 2. That means I need a 100 amp hour battery plus a single 240 watt solar panel just to cover my vampire load. Victron Phoenix. Three to 5 kilovolt amp. That's a big unit. There's some expensive inverters. Very expensive inverters. Jesus. I guess they're pre-staging for the hurricane, huh? Nice. That's the other thing about these inverters is that the good ones on the good units, like the Delphini and the Bluetti, is that the inverters kind of shut down when they're not being used. So when you stop drawing power over the inverter, they reduce their power consumption. Wow. So Florida's about to get beat to snot, huh? Well, I hear it's gonna go through North Florida. It's coming up the Gulf, isn't it? Oh, right through Central. Ooh, it's going right through the middle. Ouch. Yeah, they were predicting several days ago it was going to land as a Cat 4, although it's very quickly going to drop to Cat 1 if the predictions hold true. Oh my god. They make a lot of fun of Florida in the Good Place TV show. They make fun of Florida a lot. Oh, Jesus. You see, life would actually be a lot easier in Florida, even with hurricanes. Plenty of sun, plenty of wind, plenty of water. Fertile ground to grow anything you want. But the problem is you have to deal with Florida. Then you have to deal with hurricanes. And you have to deal with Florida. And you have to deal with Florida. Like, no thanks. It's too much to deal with. Florida's, nah, I don't want to live in Florida. And not comfortable. It's hot. Unless you can afford to live on the Atlantic coast, where you get the sea breeze. I know it's just hot. It's just so hot. The people down there, they have $500-600 electric bill just for the air conditioning. That's why I chose the desert. Apparently we're still in an El Nino type scenario, which is unusual. So we're hoping for another mild winter. A mild winter would be a blessing. So because worried about energy costs for heating. Heating in the wintertime is just expensive. I've got backup heat for the truly cold days. I got 3 or 4 days of heating fuel for those couple days where it gets really cold. But general heating is expensive. That's one of the first things I want to do is I want to get solar panels for heating and cooling. So, for example, I have a little 5,000 BTU air conditioner that could easily run all day on 2 solar panels. And yeah, but tortilla chips are expensive. See, on the one hand, it doesn't get that cold here, but on the other hand, there's not a lot of heating fuel around here, so it's expensive. Around here, wood is $400 a cord. Yeah. I don't know. The I got rid of it. The That's what I have, but it's undersized. I only have a 20 what is it? 27,000 BTU? Yeah. I have a 27K triple head mini split. More than enough for cooling, not enough for heat. I got the old 12K mini split hooked up again, so I never have to use it in the summertime, but I'm hoping to use it as a boost in the wintertime. Well, the problem is if the house gets too cold, then you have other problems. Like pipes freezing. um, oh, the bedrooms are fine. Our bedrooms stay plenty warm, but this central room, the single head, is not enough. I mean, realistically, I need 40,000 BTUs to properly heat this house, and I only have 27,000 BTUs. But if I add that unit to it, that gets me to 39,000 BTUs, which should be enough in theory. But my idea is, what I'd really like to do is I'd like to run that mini split off a solar panel. It's 110 volt, so I don't need a fancy expensive inverter. And assuming it draws like 1.5 kilowatts, that's the problem. To run it during the day is no problem. You know, a 2 kilowatt solar array would be more than enough to keep that running all day. But at nighttime, I would need, let's say 1.5 times 12. I need an 18 kilowatt hour battery. So that's 300 times 12.8. That's 3,800. So 3.8. 18 divided by 3.8. I would need, let's see, 9 times 5. 45. I would need, is that right? Yeah. I would need $4,500 worth of batteries to run that 12K mini split 24/7 on solar power. That's a lot of power. That's a lot of money. I would need 5 300 amp hour batteries. So it would take 5 300 amp hour batteries to run that thing. I might actually be better off trying to run this unit off the battery and leave that unit plugged into the grid, because this unit is a 27,000 BTU unit, but it's a 22 SEER. So it's way more efficient. That one's only like 14 SEER or something like that, while that's 22 SEER. So big efficiency difference. This 22K, or is it 22 or 27? I think it's 27. This 27K triple head mini split consumes less power than that 12K mini split does. Like, my electric bill actually went down when I switched over to this from that. Well, the problem is you'd have to pay for that thermal mass. Have you looked at how expensive tanks are? Yeah, water tanks are not cheap. Both they're heat pumps, so they both heat and cool. Well, the reason I got rid of the pellet stove, Mad Hatter, was that the my house insurance company told me there'd be a $500 extra charge if I had a fireplace, and a pellet stove counted as a fireplace. They didn't distinguish between wood stove and pellet stove, even though a pellet stove is substantially safer than a wood stove. They don't distinguish between them. So when you add in the increased cost of the pellets and the increased cost of the insurance, it was cheaper to install the mini split system. Plus, I don't have to lug 40-pound bags of pellets in and out of the house. um, of course, I got ripped. If I would have waited an extra 2 months to sell the pellets, I would have made an extra $2 a bag. Well, no. I have house insurance, so that if my house burns down, I get another house. It's kind of important. We don't have too many brick and concrete and rock houses like you do in Europe. These houses are all made out of sheetrock and 2x4 lumber. Um, so a house that contains a fireplace costs more to insure because there's a higher risk of fire damage. Well, here it does. One of the first questions they asked me, "Do you have a fireplace?" One of the first questions they asked me. That might be why. The fireplace is not a risk for a brick house. Your house can't burn down, at least not from the fireplace. Well, that's why I found out that you can run a kerosene heater on diesel if you mix it with isopropyl alcohol. Um, I still haven't tested it. I need to test it. The BTU output is lower, but diesel is substantially cheaper than kerosene. Kerosene is $8 a gallon out here. $8 a gallon. What the fuck? I remember when kerosene was, $1.25 a gallon. I do have a diesel heater, one of those forced air diesel heaters. Very expensive to run because you need yeah, I know. Um the um the diesel heaters are very inefficient. They're good, but they're inefficient as far as dollars per, day of heating. It would cost me the kerosene heater is only going to consume about a gallon a day, while the diesel heater would consume like 4 or 5 gallons a day. This is only running it at night. Let the heat pump and the sun do their thing during the day, and then turn on the kerosene at night when the sun goes down. Um, yeah. I was thinking about getting a small wood stove and then just not telling the insurance company. The problem is if there's ever an incident and if they decide to be assholes, they can say, well, you voided your contract by lying about the wood stove. And then I get nothing if my house burns down. So, yeah, can't do that. I was thinking about maybe, getting later on down the road, getting more quotes for house insurance. Um, Seeing if I could, find a company. They could, absolutely, they could. Um, the risk for versus reward is too low. That's why I'm not doing it. Now, one thing I was thinking of is I'd have to build it, myself. Um, but an external wood furnace, that's not attached to the house, and you'd have a boiler, and you'd heat up the water and then run that hot water inside. Well, that's the weird thing about here is that we get true winter temperatures, just not during the day most of the time. So our average winter day might be, 60 degrees during the day and 10 to 20 degrees at night. We can get colder days where it's cold around the clock, but most days it's actually pretty warm during the day and it's only bitter cold at night. Um, when it does get bitter cold around the clock, you need to have sufficient heat to be able to keep the place warm. Either that or stay in bed. um, We have gone as low as -10 here, but that's usually only for a day or two. -10 Fahrenheit, which would be like -22 Celsius or something like that. I don't know if I can do geothermal. Two reasons. One, it's very expensive. And two, my ground is all rock. Like, I literally have bedrock sticking out of the ground in my backyard. So I don't know if we can get a ground loop deep enough before we hit rock. The biggest problem is time shifting the heat. In theory, I can make as much heat as I want during the day. All I need is enough solar panels. And if I can get the solar panels cheap enough, I'm really kicking myself in the ass for not buying that pallet of solar panels that were $15 a panel. I'm really kicking myself in the ass for not buying that. That was dumb. I should have bought those. Oh, interesting. But 3 meters is deep. You know, that's what, 11 feet? I don't think I can go 11 feet. And that's expensive. I mean, you need earth moving machines to go that deep. So I can use solar power to run electric heaters during the day. 90 meters. Holy crap. Yeah, you would need to go pretty deep. The only way I can think of, there's only two ways I can think of to time shift heat. That means I have to store power. And the only two ways I can store power is hydro and battery. So I can store electricity in batteries and then run the heaters at night on the batteries, but that's very expensive. So for example, if I'm using a 700 watt heater, let's say it consumes an average of 600 watt hours. So that's 600 times 12. That's 7.2 kilowatt hours. I would need $1,800 battery per heater, and I would need at least 4 of them to make any kind of a dent. So that's out of the question. I can't afford that kind of battery capacity. Unless I can start getting some sponsors, send me 300 amp hour batteries. The other way I can do it is by doing it by hydro. So have a very large water tank, use solar electric heat to heat up the water, and then use that hot water to heat the house. So a primitive way I can do this is to get a truck radiator and have a fan in back of the radiator and mount that on the wall here. And then I can have a pump cycling the hot water from the tank into the radiator, and then the air blowing through the radiator will transfer that heat to the house. The hotter I get the water tank and the more water I have, the bigger my water battery will be. Well, I can't do floor heating, but I could do a radiator and a fan. It would not be as efficient as floor heating, but it would work. I could start off with a small tank, 300 gallons, and using IBCs, and then put an electric drop-in heater into the tank, heavily insulate and seal up the tank, and then have the solar panels run the heater, which will heat up the water tank, and then run that water into the radiator in the house to heat up the house. And That would be the cheapest way I can do it. Because, I can get a radiator for $40. I've already got fans. PEX is not expensive. I could put the tank literally right outside the door. So I wouldn't have to run much lines, into the house. As long as everything was heavily insulated. You wouldn't lose too much heat to the atmosphere. The trick is, how much heat energy can you store in 275 gallons of water? Is that enough to make a big dent? Yeah, a big fuel tank would do it. But my cheapest access to water storage is IBCs. I can get 275 gallon IBCs for about $80 a piece. Probably 50, because I don't need food safe. For a heating system, it doesn't have to be food safe. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about, Real Moses. So that's the way I would do it. I would have a drop-in heater that you would drop into the tank. Not solar water collectors, but use solar power to heat a body of water. And then at night, use that body of water to heat the house. I don't know how many gallons I would need and at what temperature. That's not how that works. That is so not how that works. You first of all, you're limited on, you have a cap on how much energy you can put into the water. You can get the water to about 210 degrees. That's about it. In order to put more energy than 210 degrees or 100 C into the water, you'd have to pressurize it to allow you to go to a higher temperature without boiling. So in order to have a thermal mass large enough to heat your house all winter, I mean, that would require thousands upon thousands of gallons. I mean, that's a lot of freaking water. You're not doing that with kerosene tanks. I mean, you basically need to build an underground pool underneath your house. You need to bury, proper water storage tanks, 5,000 gallon tanks, 3,000 gallon tanks. I wonder if there's a calculator for that. I wonder if there is. That doesn't help. I don't think that's what I need. I guess BTU water calculator. 1 BTU is 1 joule. I think you need 1 joule to heat 1 gram of water 1 degree. Is that right? I think it was oh, so he had a very heavily insulated house. And 40,000 gallons of water? Holy shit. Yeah, I guess he could heat his house all winter on that. I believe If I remember correctly, it is one BTU equals 1 joule, roughly, approximately a joule, and it takes 1 joule of energy to heat 1 gram of water 1 degree Celsius. If I remember correctly. So a liter is 1,000 grams. So you'd get 1,000 BTUs with a 1 degree temperature change of 1 liter of water. So if we want 40,000 BTUs per hour, then yeah, it sounds like it's a very small house. So 40,000 BTUs times 24. I need 1,000,000 BTUs per day times 30 times 4. I need 115 million BTUs. Now, if my water is, let's say I heat the water up to, let's use his 70 degrees. And let's say we need to go, we don't want to go below 40. That's 30 degrees. So divide by 30 degrees. That's 3.8 million BTUs. And divide by 1,000. That's 3,840 liters. And I believe it's, what, 3.6 liters per gallon? To 3.5. That's only 1,000 gallons of water? I think I did the math wrong. There's no way 1,000 gallons of water would heat this house the whole winter. There's no way. I keep my house at around 60. I try to. I'd prefer 65. In the bedrooms, we're closer to 70 Fahrenheit. So that's what, 20 Celsius. My objective is 20, but we usually end up around 60, 65, whatever that is in Celsius. I have to be doing something wrong. There's no way 3,800 liters with a 30-degree delta would be enough to heat this house. No way. It can't be that easy. This room usually ends up at 55, 60 degrees Fahrenheit. The bedrooms we can usually keep at 65 to 70. Well, just because, I mean, I would love to keep my house at 78 degrees, but that costs a fortune. So, dress warm. Yeah, I wish. Well, here in the desert, you actually need a little bit warmer to be comfortable. 20 Celsius is actually pretty cold here because there's no thermal mass. There's no humidity to act as a thermal blanket. So 20 actually feels really cold here. I keep my air conditioner at 70 degrees. And it gets cold in here. Okay, so whatever 70 degrees is, I think that's around 22. But we can't maintain that in the wintertime. It takes too much power. Even if I had sufficient BTUs to do that, I can't afford it. That's why I want to try to go solar. I mean, sure, it's expensive, but it's a one-time expense. And for heat, the payback is fast. The problem is, yeah, our humidity is below 20%, which is wonderful in the summertime, not so wonderful in the wintertime. So I guess the first thing is, can I generate some heat during the day? at least reduce the cold during the daytime, and then at nighttime live in our bedrooms. But even just like one 700-watt heater, I can do that with 2 solar panels. If I get 300-watt, well, let's say, okay, to 250-watt solar panels, you really need about 4. So $400 will get me enough power to run a 700-watt heater during the daytime. So what would that get me? So 700, let's assume I get 12 hours out of it. That's 8.4 kilowatt hours times 30. That's 252,000 kilowatt hours. So 252 times 0.147. That's $37 a month. That's not bad. So 6 months for winter times 6. It'll save me $222 each winter. So the ROI is 2 years. That's not a bad ROI. I don't have any solar panels. Except for the little ones that I have. I don't have a solar array. I have these little folding, solar 100-watt panels, 200-watt panels. I'd have to buy panels. If I can somehow figure out how to come up with the money, it does make sense. 4 250-watt solar panels will cost about $400, maybe $350. No batteries. Forget batteries. I would just run. I would have like a small battery, like a little lead acid battery, just to act as a buffer, not to actually run anything off solar power, but just as act as a buffer so the heater will run constantly. What I would do is I would only run the heater during the day. Just don't even run it at night. When the sun goes down, it'll turn off. So better would be a capacitor battery. Yeah, off the grid. So I would take 4 solar panels into a pure sine inverter into an electric heater, and then simply run that heater off the solar panels so long as there's sunlight. If there's not enough sunlight, it just doesn't run. But if that heater runs 12 hours a day and 6 months for winter, it'll save me $222 in electricity each year, which means the solar panels will pay for themselves in 2 years. That's a pretty damned good ROI. So each 700-watt heater, basically run those little oil-filled radiator heaters on low. Each of those heaters would pay for itself. The solar panels would pay for themselves in 2 years. That's a pretty damned good ROI. And then those solar panels would save themselves faster because I could also use them in the summertime for cooling. Now, you don't save as much power for cooling because I only pay about $50 a month to cool the house. There's not much difference. The power consumption is not that much. The power supplies have probably gotten better. But the printers themselves are still 50 or 60 watts. That's just what a 3D printer consumes. 30 or 40 watts for the heater cartridge and the nozzle, and then whatever the stepper motors and the brain board consume. It's about 60 watts. The heat bed is all the power. All the power is going to the heat bed. Now, I was thinking about using 3D printer heat beds as house heaters. Because I have so many of them. I have so many of them that I was thinking I could literally, hear me out. There are these, this is what gave me the idea. You have electric wall heaters like this. So you have heaters like this. They're these passive electric wall heaters that use convection. Okay? So they sit here, and because they're heated and there's a gap between the heater and the wall, the hot air rises, drawing in more cold air, and it uses convection to heat the house. Well, what does that look like? What does that heater panel look like to you? Looks like a goddamn heat bed. And what do heat beds already do? They run on 24 volts. Okay? 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 So if I 3D print some mounts to, come on. If I mount just the print bed, just take the raw metal print bed, and I simply use some offset to mount them right to the wall. I already have everything. I've already got the anchors to go into the sheetrock. I can 3D print the actual the pucks to space them out from the wall, and literally just mount a 300 by 300 print bed right to the wall, and then literally plug solar panels directly into it. I've just eliminated the need for a battery at all, because if I don't give the heat bed enough power, it just produces less heat. It doesn't turn off because there's no electronics. It's literally just a resistive heater. So I could plug 2 solar panels into each of those, which will be more than enough to it might even be safer to do 1 solar panel per heater. This way I never have to worry about putting too much power into the heat bed. Although 2 solar panels should only give me 400 watts, and that's about what the heat bed needs. So I can literally mount a 300 by 300 heat bed to the wall of my house, run the wire right outside, and directly to a solar panel. Like literally, just stick a couple heat panels right there with a couple solar panels on the roof of the carport, and run the power right to the heat panel, to the heat bed. And I could literally use the pieces of 3D printers that I have as heat panels to heat up the house. Now, I mean, those panels are not going to heat my house. But what they will do is either make the house warmer than that heater can make it, or if they make enough heat, that heater will actually run less, which will reduce my electric bill, because now that heater doesn't have to work as hard during the day. Now, of course, as soon as the sun goes down, they're going to stop working. But who cares? It's free. It's free heat. 12 hours every day. And I can do that almost right away. That is such a good idea. Oh, I'm going to work on this. Oh, I'm definitely going to work on this. Let's say I get 300 watts out of the heat bed. No, let's go with 1 panel. Let's start with 1 panel, just because I could buy 1 panel. If I buy 1 250 watt panel, let's say I get 175 watts out of it. So 175 times 12 times 30 times 6. That's 378,000 watt hours. So that's 37, was that 37.8? No, it's 378. That's 378 kilowatt hours times 0.147. That's $55. The damn ROI is almost 1 year. Wow. No, but see, the problem is I can't run it on solar power. The whole point of this is it's completely passive. There's no active components. You're literally plugging a solar panel directly with no electronics into a heat bed and just letting it get as hot as it wants to get. Now, with a 240 watt panel, even in perfect sunlight, you're not going to get more than about 210, 220 watts out of that panel. And that's well below the threshold for the heat bed. So you're not going to overrun the heat bed. You're just going to get free heat. and it'll save me $55 a year in heat. $55 every 6 months. God damn it, that could work. The optimal solution would be to use 4 solar panels and 4 heat beds. Because 4 solar panels would be 1 kilowatt of power, which would give me 3,800 BTU hours. I'm thinking directly, just a passive heater to heat the house directly. It basically, each solar panel would become a 175 watt heater. And it would, I mean, literally, I would just literally have to run a single wire from the solar panel to the heat bed that's mounted on the wall. Done. Oh my God, that could actually work. Oh my God, that could work. Yeah, me too. There won't be much thermal mass unless I heat up water. But now the problem is, to heat up water, you're not going to get heat for hours because it's going to take time to heat up that water. So you need more solar panels. Oh God. And the reason I would want 4 per room is if I heated up um 4 heaters, that's going to give me 175 times 4. That's going to give me about a 700 watt heater. That's going to be enough for about a 700 watt of heat. But the whole point of going 4 panels is that now it's not just 6 months of savings. Now it's 12 months of savings. Because I'm going to run those panels in parallel to the heat beds. They're going to be individual. Yeah, I can actually just hook the heat beds in parallel. I can just hook all the heat beds in parallel and hook 4 heat beds up to 4. Actually, probably 3 heat beds would be more efficient. 3 heat beds to 4 solar panels. And that means I now have enough solar panels that in the summertime, I can flip a switch and run that power to an air conditioner. Now, again, the air conditioner would only run during the daytime, but that's okay. I can use one of these switches to turn off the air conditioner. Ideally, I would have a 1.5 kilowatt hour battery, like a single 100 amp hour battery, connected to the solar panels and the air conditioner, because that would allow me to run the air conditioner for 2 hours after sundown. Oh man, that's interesting. The ROI is so fast. If I can get the panels for 75 bucks a pop or 60 bucks a pop, the ROI is basically 1 year. I mean, how many solar solutions have a 1 year ROI? That's insane. Yeah, that's about what they cost here too. I am kicking myself so hard for not buying that pallet of cheap panels. I just didn't have the money. I just didn't have the money. What I really need to do is find somebody who has a couple pallets of solar panels, but also who has a machinery business, because package delivery or something. The I have 1,000 watt jackhammer. I'm not 1,000 watt, $1,000 jackhammer. I have a 20 amp Berserker electric jackhammer. Well, this is buying locally, not shipped. Um, I have a $1,000 jackhammer that I'm trying to figure out a way to sell or trade. I would love to trade a pallet of solar panels for a jackhammer. Find somebody who has a pallet of solar hammers who needs a jackhammer and just do an even trade. That'd be amazing. Because, boy, would that reduce my heater burden at night or in the wintertime. Even if it would only be during the day, it would still reduce my burden quite a lot. And then I could still do the radiator idea through water as a thermal mass. So let's see. We need 1 BTU per gram per degree Celsius of water. So water, liters per gallon. So 3.78 liters per gallon. So wow. You could buy a regular air conditioner for $200. 5,000 BTU. I don't need 9,000 BTUs here. The air conditioning here is dirt cheap, just because I live at 7,000 feet in the desert, so it doesn't take a whole lot of cooling to cool the house down. Most of your cooling is actually for humidity reduction. Nice. I'm actually looking at grabbing 2 more window units. I found a guy who's got 2 GE 5,000 BTU window units, $150. That's $75 a piece. That's a pretty good deal. I want to give one to my neighbor too, because he doesn't have an air conditioner. What I want to do is I want to give him one of my expensive. I have some real nice portable units, with the hose that comes out the back and you stick it out the window. It's got Wi-Fi and everything. 10,000 BTU portable air conditioner, like $700. I don't need them, so I'm going to give him one of the expensive units and get cheap window units. What I need is cheap window units that I could turn on and off with a switch. Yeah, I think I paid $110 for my window unit when I got it, and it came with a remote. It was like $80 or $90, but I paid $110 because I wanted the remote control. And but for solar, what you really want is mechanical switch, so that you can turn it on and off with something like this. Oh man, I gotta think about this. Let's see, 3.78 liters per gallon. So 200 gallons. Let's keep it simple. 200 gallons divided by 3.78. So we're talking. That is not right. No, times 3.78. 756 liters. So 756 liters times 1,000 is 756,000 grams of water. 756,000 grams of water needs 756,000 joules to heat it up 1 degree Celsius. Which would give me, which would require 756,000 BTUs of heat, which is divided by, I believe it is, what is it? What was it? 3,200 BTUs per kilowatt. $3,414. I was close. So divide by 3,414. Oh my God. That's a lot of power. Holy shit. Wow. $221 kilowatt hours. Wow. Divided by 10. So I would need 22 kilowatts. I can't do that. I can't do that. That's too much power. What the hell? You're telling me I need 22 kilowatts of power to heat up 200 gallons 1 degree? So I would need half my entire month's power consumption to heat up a single 200-gallon tank of water 30 degrees Celsius. Jesus, that's a lot of power. Does it really take that much power? I had to have done the math wrong. Okay, so if I have 200 gallons of water, and let's say I start at, let's use Celsius. Let's say I start at 20, and I want to end up at 50. Let's say I hook up 1 kilowatt hour. So I need to heat it up. Yeah, I definitely did something wrong. Let's say 3 kilowatt hours. Okay, that's feasible, but still a tremendous amount of power. So according to this calculator, if I want to heat up 200 gallons of water from 20 centigrade to 50 centigrade using 3 kilowatts of solar power, I would need 9 hours. It would take 9 hours. So I would, in order to heat it up that water every day, I would need 3 kilowatts of solar panels. Jesus. Water really holds a lot of freaking power. Jesus. Wow, this is why people use solar heaters. Because the sun is dumping a ridiculous amount of power every day. So the only way to practically do this would be to black painted radiator system to solar heat the water tank. Because the electrical consumption is just too high. I was way off on the power consumption, so I did something wrong somewhere. It says I would need to heat up 200 gallons of water, 30 degrees centigrade, in 9 hours, would take 3 kilowatt hours. Or is that kilowatt or kilowatt hours? It says kilowatts. Do I only need 3 kilowatts, or do I need 3 kilowatt hours? They're using the wrong units, I think. So 200 gallons, 20 to 50. It says here I would need 6.6 kilowatt hours. No, time period. Um, 600 minutes. 2.6. So I was right. 3 kilowatt hours. So it is still correct. I need 3 kilowatts of solar panels in order to heat it up in 10 hours. And not with 3 kilowatts for 9 hours, 2.8 or 2.6 for 9 hours, 10 hours. Jesus, that's a lot of power. So the only way to practically do that would be to use the sun to heat up the water. Because the sun is just dropping a ridiculous amount of power, everywhere and everything it touches. So you'd want to get some, high temperature matte black paint because you want it as dark as humanly possible. You'd paint some radiators, use them to heat up water that's pumping through them into a big tank, a heavily insulated tank. Yeah, my best bet initially would be to use 3D printer heat beds on the wall connected directly to solar panels. That would require the purchase of the least amount of stuff. I've already got a zillion heat beds, and I've already got, wire and stuff like that. All I would have to buy is solar panels. I mean, it wouldn't be very efficient, and I would only get heat during the day, but it would be free heat at a very short 1 year ROI. And you can't ask for better than that. In fact, I could build the prototype for nothing. Just, hook a 200-watt solar panel up to it. If it gets warm, we know it's going to work. Huh. That is incredible how much energy water can hold. That's incredible. Jesus. 227,000 BTUs in 200 gallons with 30-degree delta. That's incredible. What is that? 75,000 BTUs per degree or per 10 degrees. So it's 25. No, what's 7.5. That's really incredible. You know what might be worth it though? I wonder how much heat I could actually get out of it. Like how efficient would it be at transferring its heat to the room? A 35-gallon water tank with an immersion heater in it and hook it up to one of these so it only runs when power is 11 cents a kilowatt instead of 20 cents a kilowatt, and I wouldn't have to buy anything. I have everything I need. I already have the immersion heater. I already have the 35-gallon water tank. I already have the electronic switch. So all I'd have to do is program this switch to turn off when power is expensive, turn on when power is cheap. Whatever heat goes into the water is going to come out into the room as heat, and it'll continue to heat when the power is off because the water is a big thermal battery. That might be worth setting up just because I have everything I need already. Literally plug the immersion heater into this, plug this into an outlet, just use regular time shift my heat basically. Time shift my heat. They actually have a lower power rate for people who have thermal heat transfer heaters. Well, water is irrelevant because it's a one-time thing. Once you put the 35 gallons of water into the tank, that's it. It's the same 35 gallons of water forever. You dump a little bleach in there to make sure nothing grows, and you just have a tank of water. It's not like you have to keep replenishing the water. The water's not going to go anywhere. It's a closed loop system. In this context, water is irrelevant. The cost of water. Your statement was, it's about getting water. Your last thought is how much it costs. Well, in this context, those things are irrelevant. Because even at my crazy expensive cost for water, 3.2 cents a gallon, 35 gallons of water is only going to cost me, $3? All right, and, getting water, I turn on the faucet. I have water coming into the house. So the water is irrelevant. I'm just using it as a battery. I'm not consuming the water. The water is not being used. It's being, it's continuously recycled. It's being used as a storage medium. So in the context of getting water and how much the water costs, yes, it's irrelevant. You're not making any sense. In the context of this discussion, your statements aren't making any sense. There's no survival issue here. All I'm trying to do is make winters more comfortable without being more expensive. That's all I'm trying to do. Well, if I die because I didn't get water, using a solar panel to heat a water tank to keep my house warm is the least of my concerns. So it's irrelevant. It doesn't matter. I'll have much bigger fish to fry. I'll have much bigger fish to fry if, I don't even know what his goal is. We're not talking about survival. We're talking about creating a water heater. I'm just trying to heat my house cheaper. Maybe, if you get it hot enough. Or if you use oil. Now, you see, if you have a surplus of energy, you probably want to use oil because you can heat oil to a much higher temperature. But what's the thermal capacity of oil? When I die, I won't care about fish or water because I'll be dead. I won't care about anything because I'll be dead. Dead people don't care about food or water. I got an idea, DeWitt, to use 3D printer heat beds to help heat my house for free in the wintertime with an ROI of less than a year. I can hook up, 1 or 2 solar panels to a 3D printer heat bed, mount that heat bed on the wall of the house, and use it to passively heat the house. Every heat bed that I plug into every solar panel that I plug into a heat bed will save me $55 in electricity per winter. Well, it's not going to save me electricity. It's going to allow me to avoid spending the electricity. Exactly. So my electric bill is not going to go down. But what's going to happen is my available heat will go up without my electric bill going up. And if I connect enough of them, then my electric bill might go down because this one here won't have to turn on so often. Now, of course, I'll get zero heat at night. Because obviously I can't afford to run these things on batteries. I mean, it would take each one would require $1,800 battery to run all night. So obviously that's not going to work. The ROI would be decades. But just during the day, I can just run them straight off a solar panel. Modern heat beds 24 volts. A low end 240 watt solar panels 24 volts. So I can maybe with just a resistor to control the voltage, I could run the heat beds directly off a solar panel. If the sun gets clouded over, who cares? The heat bed just puts out less heat. It doesn't stop working. It doesn't get crazy. It doesn't freak out. It just puts out less heat. Well, that would be a very poor decision because I don't have a good battery in my electric car. Robbie Mac, you're having a discussion that no one else is having. Literally, you're having you are trying to have a discussion that no one is trying to have right now. I mean, if you want to talk about that, I'll gladly talk about that, but that's not what we're talking about. I have 2 years worth of food and my water bill is $30 a month. I am not going to run out of food or water. So in the context of this discussion, the availability and or the cost of the water is irrelevant. And if I stop being able to get water from the water company, that is also irrelevant because that means I have to leave here because we don't get enough rainfall to survive on rain capture here. We get 12 inches of rain a year. Okay? So, in the discussion we are having of how can I cheaply heat my house, the cost and availability of water is irrelevant. Because that's all I care about right now. I don't have an availability issue. I have a cost issue. That's my issue. My issue is lack of freaking money. Okay? I don't have a lack of food. I don't have a lack of water. I have a lack of money. I desire more heat in the wintertime. Of course I do. Because everybody owns all the water and food. So I need money to buy water and food. I don't live in a place where I can collect free water, and you're not allowed to hunt without money. So I can't go get my own food. I live in the desert, so it's actually going to cost me money to grow food. It'll actually cost me more money to grow my own food than it would to go to Walmart and buy the food. I want to grow my own food simply because I like the idea of growing my own food, not because it's cheaper. We live in a society where you work or you die. You're not living off the land. You're not allowed to because everybody owns all the land and they're going to want you to pay them to get resources off their land, which means you need money. If I want more heat, I need money. If I want more food, I need money. It's not victimology, it's reality. Tell me how I can get shelter, food, and water without money. Tell me how I can get shelter, food, and water without money. That's not victimology. That's reality. The reality is there's no homesteading in this country. You can't just trade your work. I don't even know what you're talking about yet, Robbie Mack. I can't tell you you're wrong until I know what the hell it is you're trying to say. I don't even know what it is you're trying to proclaim. So I can't say it's right or wrong. And it'll also depend on context. Because what's right in this context is maybe wrong in this context. Okay? The fact is, in today's United States of America, you work or you die. It's that simple. I'm not complaining to anybody. We're brainstorming ways to how efficiently can I use the available money I have to make myself more comfortable. I mean, theoretically, I don't have to. It's not going to get cold enough here to kill me. I'll be uncomfortable, but I won't die. Okay? So I am just brainstorming, what can I do with the available resources that I have to make myself a little bit more comfortable in the wintertime? You know, how can I make myself a little bit less dependent upon utility infrastructure? That's the discussion we're having. That's all. And I realized that those passive wall heaters, well, I have most of the components necessary to actually build those. A 3D printer heat bed is basically exactly what one of those passive wall panels are. Arby's is wonderful, but they're ridiculously expensive. Yeah, Arby's is expensive, but they're good. I love their euros, but they raised the price to $6. I'm not paying $6 for that. But oh my god, I got to find a recipe for that cucumber sauce. I love that cucumber sauce. All right, you came into a discussion where we were talking about using an immersion heater to heat up a tank of water, because that tank of water will then heat the house. But I can do it at 11 cents a kilowatt. Because when you heat up water, it doesn't just instantly dump its heat back into the room. It does it slowly. So it acts like a passive heater. So by hooking it up to one of these switches, I don't even need solar panels to get a little bit cheaper heat in the house. I can heat up a tank of water using the immersion heater running off of this electronic switch and just have this switch turn off when power is more expensive. And then you jump in and say, but water, you have to get water, and water costs money. We're talking about 35 gallons of water that costs $3. No, that's not what we're having. You know, again, you're trying to have a conversation, and no one else knew what you were trying to talk about. No one else had a clue what in the world you were trying to talk about. Now you're starting to tell us what you were trying to talk about. Okay? But no one knew that until you just typed that. You know, I can't read your mind, man. Well, let's make that quite clear. I can't read your mind. That's all. We're just talking about interesting ways. And I was just really shocked that the heat ped would be so, monetarily, financially efficient. A single 75-watt solar panel could run one of those heat beds. It's not going to make much heat, but it's going to add a little bit of heat. And the ROI is a year. That's pretty good. An ROI of a year is really, really short. Most people would be thrilled with 5 or 10 years ROI. So to have an ROI of 1 year is really pretty awesome, which means financially, it makes sense to look into that further. How much further can I go with that? With less than 20, DeWitt asked if I would have an issue with moisture from the hot water. With less than 20% humidity, I welcome all the moisture I can get. the moisture would be really, really good. It'd be good for our sinuses and our noses. I get a nosebleed once a week from the low humidity. I think I have a weak vein inside my nose. I easily get nosebleeds. And high altitude and low humidity, great combo if you're susceptible to nosebleeds. Not a big deal as long as I catch it. Just stick a piece of tissue in there and it'll stop. What sucks is when it happens when I'm asleep, because then you end up with this nice little blood stain on your pillowcase. That's no fun. Exactly. Now combine high altitude with low humidity winter with an already low humidity desert environment. Oh yeah, fun. They tell me we should be running humidifiers to actually increase the humidity in the house. The problem is it's insidiously expensive to run humidifiers here because you can't use tap water. The tap water is calcium. It's hard water. And the hard water will destroy the humidifier in a week. Don't make me hide you. Okay. So I would have to use either distilled water. Robbie Mac, I don't know. I don't know what you are so angry about today for. I have no idea why you're so upset. I'm just gonna hide them for 500 seconds. Time out. You continue a conversation that you perceive as having been ongoing for the last 3 years, and we're supposed to guess this without you telling us? I mean, I don't know what else to say. I'm not mad at you or anything like that, but you seem upset for some reason, and I'm not sure why. I don't think anybody's oblivious to the fact that I bought a bus and moved across the country. I have a string of videos on it. But nobody was talking about the bus today. We were talking about heating a house using 3D printer heat beds. I mean, that's what we were talking about. That what you did today would be no different than, us talking about the Anycubic Cobra, and then you come in and ranting about how much you hated the ANET E10. We're not talking about the ANET E10. you know? And nobody else has any way of knowing that you're talking about the ANET E10 from 2 years ago. I mean, just, I don't get it. No, the topic can go anywhere you want. I don't care where the topic goes. We should avoid politics. Um, um, it's just, tell us where you're going with something. No, of course I changed the point. The point is we were talking about using 3D printed heat beds as heater or an immersion heater in a tank as a heater to time shift our power consumption for heat. And you jumped in and talked about survivability without food and water. That's the same exact thing as us talking about the WeDo ME40 and you jump in and start talking about the A9010 without telling us about it. What you were talking about was about food and water, but no one else knew you were talking about that. You inserted that into the immersion tank heater conversation, which is why I said, in this context, availability and cost of water doesn't matter. Yeah, well, what would it cost to run it? Woo! Yeah, the Chiron gets pretty damn hot too. That 400 millimeter heat bed, 450 millimeter heat bed. Man, that thing gets hot. I made the mistake of putting my arm down on top of it once. Don't make that mistake again. Exactly. That's where the conversation went. Because I got the idea of using. See you later, Colin. It's 4 o'clock. It's almost time to be done here anyway. Dinner's almost done. Um, I, I don't know why. I wish you would tell me why you were mad instead of making me try to guess. I don't want you angry with me. Just. Oh, I kept trying to say your name as Tin Cantaloupe something, and then I realized Tin Can Telephone. That's a cool name. Well, I just didn't have a whole lot to talk about 3D printers today, so we weren't talking a whole lot about 3D printers today. I mean, I'm avoiding politics. All right. Stainless steel. You talk about laser sintering? Well, I'm doing what I can, Robbie. You know, obviously I have issues that I don't discuss too much here because they're personal issues. All I can do is do the best I can, man. I'm just, you know, I got dealt a bad hand. That's not my fault. I'm doing a very poor job of dealing with that bad hand. That's my fault. That's all I can do. I mean, I can't go back in time and fix it. But now you're talking about we don't agree and you're here for anyone that tries to get by. I don't understand. That sounds like an attack, but I don't understand the context. I don't understand the how and the why. I mean, you're being combative, but you're not explaining to me why, and I clearly, I'm missing the context of why you're being combative. Well, you had a chance, buddy. You're gone. I timed him out at first to give him a chance, but he came right back and started with the stupid thing again. No, I think he's trying to make a point, and I think he doesn't realize I don't understand the point he's trying to make. Like I'm missing something from the conversation he's trying to have. All right, I'm going to go finish dinner. I will see you guys next week. You guys have a great day. What victimization? I still don't. What do you mean by victimization? You see, he's trying to make a point, but for some reason he refuses to tell me what the point is. And so I'm trying to guess what his point is. I mean, I'm going to try to find my big pumpkin that I originally printed because they have a whole bunch of new faces for it. All right, we're going to go eat some meatball subs. Those meatballs have been cooking for over 18 hours. They're going to taste really good. So I will see you guys later.